What's up? What's happening from Capital One Arena? It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. We are streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980. And it is draft day. It is NBA draft day. The Wizards have the second overall pick tonight. There is a ton of rumors swirling around a lot of teams around the Wizards. There could be massive, massive trades with the first and third picks tonight. Who knows what Will Dawkins and Michael Winger are up to right now. Obviously, tons of activity means the Wizards could get in the middle of it, could get in the mix. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this draft unfolds. The Kings are sniffing around on Kyle Kuzma. So there is a ton to talk about. Anthony Haney, who's back in the control room in D.C., as we get ready for yet another draft day, sir. Last year we got all the Jordan Poole trade and all that stuff went down on draft night. So our draft day got totally turned upside down a year ago. I was sitting, let's see, we're in section 100, about 30, 40 yards that way. Because I think last year we were outside 106, 107. And let's see what happens over the next 3 hours until our show technically ends, although I'm not going anywhere because I'm with Linnell through the first the first two picks of the draft tonight. So should be fun. Hold on to your butt because it's draft day, Anthony, and there is few days wilder on the NBA calendar than the day of the NBA draft.
I'm already knowing, but before I talk about the draft, I want to compliment you and your shirt that you have on right now.
Thank you. I wore a collar.
It's a really nice shirt.
That's how you know it's a big occasion.
My man, it's strictly business today.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
For the people watching on the YouTube audience, you got a full Hoffman shimmy. Doesn't happen very often.
Oh.
Just let the people know that I'm still young. I still got a little wiggle.
But yeah, going to the draft, there's definitely a lot of, possible moving spots for us because of all the people that we have that we could be on the move for. And, we've had insiders come on talk about how, trading these players, we could get valuable assets and, just prepare ourselves for the future. So I'm hoping, I love the players that we have on our roster. I don't want to see them go, but from a future standpoint, I would love to, see what we can, possibly get and, gather as far as, assets go, just because we've seen over the course of years and even yesterday how sometimes you can get, a haul of players that far supersede, what a player may, in our eyes, be worth.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the Mikal Bridges trade and just the general state of the NBA trade market coming up at 4:15, so 10 minutes from now. Real quick, though, before we get into the potential transactions, let's actually get to the most straightforward part of the night, Anthony, which is who the Wizards actually take it to. So I feel like there are two main candidates here, realistically, that are getting linked to Washington, and then maybe a third that his name gets thrown in the hat, but I think it's thrown in the hat by folks who are connecting dots that don't actually connect. The easiest, most straightforward guy is Alexander Sarr, in part because people expect Zachary Risarche, the other Frenchman at the top of this draft. There's actually 3 or 4 guys that are coming out of France that could go in the first round. But Risarche, depending on how French you want to get and how bad you want to botch the pronunciation. I do hope that by the end of the evening we have a really, really good, proper pronunciation of the guy who's probably going to be the number 1 pick to Atlanta. By the way, we'll talk to Mike Conti from 92.9 The Game down in Atlanta, who does a lot of their Hawks coverage coming up in a little bit. But if Risarche goes 1, then Sarr goes 2 to Washington likely. And if Sarr goes 1, even though he never worked out for the Hawks, there's some kind of awkward interaction seemingly between Sarr, his camp, and the Hawks. He seems to prefer Washington. And it was funny because actually on 92.9 The Game, our sister station, Odyssey sports station down in Atlanta, Landry Fields, former New York Knick and Toronto Raptor amongst others, who's now the Hawks GM, was asked about Sarr allegedly preferring Washington. He's like, yeah, every player wants to go farther down in the draft. They, when it's slotted for money, every player wants less money. And it's like, You realize that's a cell phone, right? Because his people definitely said that. His people definitely seem to prefer Washington to Atlanta, even though it's less money. So I don't know what you're saying there, Landry. But anyway, you have Sarr, you have Reece Arshea. Sarr is a 7'1" big who is super mobile. Great defensive versatility, can guard like 2 through 5. Eventually, he's probably 2 through 4 right now. Really, you'd like him at the 4 at the moment. But as he adds on some size, as he will no longer be a 19-year-old kid, he'll be in an NBA weight room and continue to mature. He'll easily be able to slide to the 5. But he has the lateral quickness and length and mobility to guard all the way down to some wings, like shooting guard style wings. That's an amazing attribute to have. He can handle the ball out, especially in transition. He's got a little bit of an offensive game. The shooting leaves plenty to be desired. You hear comparisons like a Jaren Jackson. Jackson has become an excellent three-point shooter. I also hope that Sarr, if he's a Wizard, can learn to not foul, because Jaren Jackson, while a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, also fouls out of an extraordinarily high amount of games. But like that's, somewhere between Jaren Jackson Jr., Evan Mobley, not offensive superstars, but capable on that end of doing something, and an absolute stud, big, versatile defender, switchable, fits in a modern NBA scheme. So that's Sarr. The other guy is Reece Arshea, who is somewhere between like an incredible 3-and-D wing and possibly like an all-star wing. A guy who can create a little bit, has a good feel for the game, but he's somewhere between 6'8" and 6'10", depending on who you ask. He's still young enough that he probably gets to that 6'10" eventually. He shot it great from three-point to start the year in France. Hit a mid-year slide and then finished really, really strong. Again, 2 through 4 defensively, probably 1 through 4, honestly, defensively. Has the ability to just be on the ball, hawk guys, great in the passing lanes. Has, again, a good feel for the game that shows up not just on the offensive side, but the defensive side. But he's been tremendously limited as a shot creator in his role in France. And the question is, can he add that element to his game? So those are the two guys that I think are mostly being considered here. I think the other guy that seems to be worth mentioning based off the draft Knicks is Donovan Clingan. He's 7'3". He anchored UConn's defense. They won the national championship. And that's kind of the thing that everyone loves about him. And that's something that's great to love, especially for a Wizards team that needs a 5. You're playing Bagley. We'll see what happens with Rashawn Holmes actually here pretty quickly. He's got a contract player option deadline that's coming up. So we'll see what happens there. But, the Wizards, when they had those guys last year, actually were decent. But true size is something they lack. But I think at this point in the rebuild, I just don't care about that. Like, I'd rather have his UConn teammate, Steph Castle, than I would Donovan Clingan, because Clingan doesn't have the mobility to switch, to be a key cog in a modern NBA defense outside of those that play like the drop coverage where, against pick and roll, you drop back as the big and try to keep everything in front of you, which opens up shooting windows and lob threats. And, guys like Rudy Gobert figured out how to play that exceptionally well. But even when you get against the absolute best in the playoffs, Rudy Gobert, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, gets played off the floor. So that just doesn't interest me with the number 2 overall pick. So I think Clingan's a solid player who will have a long future in the league. But if you're telling me I'm getting like a Jonas Valanciunas with the second pick, at the best, I'm not that excited about that. So with that, I'm curious, Ant, you have as we sit here at 4:12 p.m., where's your lean? Reece Arshea, Sarr, Clingan, Castle, someone else that I haven't mentioned. Reed Shepherd from Kentucky, you can shoot the mess out of it.
I would say, I think with Reed, I think that's more so a trade back kind of scenario, just because I don't think you take him at 2.
I agree.
But if I had to just pick my favorite player in the draft, it would probably be Reece Arshea. But I think he's going to be gone. So I think our best bet at number 2 is going to be Alex Sarr. I do like Clingan, but I don't like him at 2. I wish we could potentially trade back. San Antonio has a couple of picks in the top 4.
I would take 4 and
top
8
10.
for 2, but they got to like someone too.
Yeah, so I think that's where we are. If San Antonio comes calling, though, I will definitely trade back. Not to say I don't like Alex Sarr, but to get more assets, more value, then we can get a Clingan, then we get a Reed Shepherd, or I don't know how the things will fall, but we have better options. I think that way.
There's a ton of guys like John Hollinger. I'm pretty sure I'm getting this right. John Hollinger, formerly of ESPN, now with The Athletic, was with the Memphis Grizzlies in between. Really, really smart basketball mind. One of the guys who made huge, huge strides in the analytics world. He has Reece Shea, I think, 13th on his board.
13?
So the variety in this draft, you have some people that are 13th on some boards or 50th on others. Like there are people that probably have top 25 grades on Bronny James. Like, that's the nature of this draft. It's just a gigantic crapshoot, which is going to make it hella fun tonight. The good news, you can listen to every single pick live here on the Team 980 with Linnell Willingham, and I'll be with Linnell with the Hawks pick at 1 and then Washington's pick and a little reaction afterwards at 2 before we turn it over to you on the phones and let Linnell field the calls from there. So excited to be here at Capital One Arena. Took a little peek at the Wizards draft party. It's pretty cool, the setup that they've got out there. Very, very excited to be here and to continue to provide the coverage and be a show that loves talking Wizards, loves talking hoops in a hoops city, in a hoops town, and it is a great day to discuss it, not only because we have the draft itself, but this is a spur for a lot of trade action, which is really fun to talk about. But, like, has the trade market just not paid attention to the previous trade markets? I like Mikal Bridges as a player. I think it's a fun story that he and now 3 of his other former Villanova championship teammates are going to play for the New York Knicks. But 5 first-rounders from Mikal Bridges? A history lesson and a what are we doing next on the Hoffman Show. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app, and we are live as part of the Wizards Draft Show from Capital One Arena. Wizards Draft Party tonight. Doors open at 6:30. It's just me, the folks setting up for a good time, and an empty arena until then. And Metal Chris. Metal Chris is here too. Yep, there. If you're on YouTube, you got a guest Metal Chris appearance. Which what more could you ask for in the entire world? Okay. Last night, I'm getting ready to go to bed, and I checked my phone one last time, and oh my God, the Knicks have traded for Mikal Bridges. They trade 5 first-rounders to the Brooklyn Nets, who also embark on a very silly other trade. It's not silly in that it's actually a bad idea, but it's just silly because I never can remember a pure like this picks for picks deal that goes between Brooklyn and Houston, where Brooklyn is getting a bunch of their picks back in exchange for a bunch of the Suns' picks that Phoenix owes Brooklyn because Houston wants to make a trade with Phoenix and be able to return their picks because they want Kevin Durant or Devin Booker. Everybody got all that? Cool. Let's focus on the Bridges part of this for a second. Because I had Anthony do a little research for the show, and I appreciate him doing this, and I will give him the credit. But I was like, Ant, I need, for historical reference, the trades involving James Harden to the Nets, Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors, Kevin Durant to the Suns, Paul George to the Clippers. Because in my recent memory, those are the biggest NBA blockbusters that we've had. Of course, Kawhi to the Raptors actually worked out for the Raptors. They won a title. Harden to the Nets was pretty busty. They did have a couple of runs there where they looked like the best team in the league, but they couldn't get KD, Kyrie, and James Harden on the floor together ever because of injury. So is that actually the fault of the Nets, or is that bad luck? You be the judge. Durant to the Suns was obviously big. That has not worked out for the Suns yet, and it looks like they're ready to blow it up and potentially trade Durant or Devin Booker, / Devin Booker might want out. And then, obviously, the Paul George trade to the Clippers. I thought the Clippers, midway through this year, looked unbelievable and looked like the title favorite. But ultimately, PG and Kawhi could not stay healthy. Of course, the PG trade, I think, is a little bit different because you almost have to look at it as Paul George and Kawhi Leonard coming back, because the only way that Kawhi was signing with the Clippers was if they acquired Paul George from Oklahoma City. With that said, though, here are the deals. For Harden, who was coming off being an MVP in the previous 2 years, the Nets got Harden in a second-rounder for a slew of players, Victor Oladipo, Dante Exum, and a European player who I don't believe has ever actually played in the NBA, and 4 first-round picks and 4 pick swaps. So ultimately, Harden is kind of 8 first-rounders, right? 4 first-rounders, 4 potential pick swaps. The Pacers got Karis LeVert, and Brooklyn did have to give up. Part of this is Brooklyn had to give up Jared Allen in that trade. He goes to Cleveland. So we have essentially 8. Kawhi, who had 1 year left on his deal, which is an important part of that as well, goes to the Raptors for with Danny Green for DeMar DeRozan, franchise staple and all-star, Jakob Poeltl, and a protected 2019 first-rounder. So just one, but an all-star and someone who was thought in Poeltl to be a potential all-star at the time. Durant is 4 first-rounders and a pick swap. So Durant for 5. But it's really Durant for like 7, because Mikal Bridges, we'll return to him in a second, and Cam Johnson are in that deal. And if you want to count Mikal Bridges as 5 first-rounders, I guess the Suns traded 10 first-rounders for Kevin Durant. Because Mikal's 5 on his own. That's the transitive property. Then Paul George was SGA, who they didn't realize was going to become a future MVP candidate, Danilo Gallinari, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first-round picks. So of those trades, how many do we say have worked? Well, Toronto worked, for sure. They acquired Kawhi, and they win the title. I thought the Harden trade was pretty aggressive at the time. The Durant trade I thought was incredibly stupid. I get the Clippers, Paul George. They're, of course, dealing with injury stuff that was beyond their control, but they gave themselves a chance to be a legitimate title contender. But at the end of the day, it hasn't worked out for them. And so really what I'm getting at here is you have all these trades with all these first-rounders for superstars. Because in order to win an NBA title, you need to have one of the 7 to 8 best players in the world. You need to have a future Hall of Famer on your team. And teams don't give those guys up. It's really hard to get that caliber of player in a trade. You have to draft that guy. And so if you're going to give one up, in return, you need multiple shots to draft that guy. Which is why I don't understand why the Knicks just gave up 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. What are we doing? Mikal Bridges is an excellent player, someone who I'd want a part of my franchise. A-plus dude, great human, works hard, is as reliable as has come. It is actually hysterical that he's going to play for Tom Thibodeau because he is Thibs' dream player. He has not missed a game since high school. In fact, he hasn't just not missed a game since high school. Mikal Bridges, the year he was traded from Phoenix to Brooklyn, got to play an extra game. He's played 83 games in a season. And Tibbs, who doesn't rest anybody ever, is like, aha, allow me to test your human limitations, Mikal Bridges. Let's see if you actually are unbreakable. And I get the chemistry and camaraderie part. But if I tell you to win an NBA title, you have to have a first-ballot future Hall of Famer, a top 7 or 8 player in the entire league. Do the Knicks have one? Do they think Mikal Bridges can be one? Their argument would be Jalen Brunson's that good and Mikal Bridges is that good. That maybe they're the 9th and 12th best player in the league or something like that. I don't know that I believe that. I think the Brunson part has certainly proven to be true. I think Brunson has proven to be a top 10, if not borderline top 10 player. I don't know that Mikal Bridges is. I think Mikal Bridges is, maybe he's the second best player on the title team. But if the number one guy on that title team is Joel Embiid, and the thing is, I like the Knicks a lot. I don't think they're legitimate title contenders. I don't think they're better than Boston. I don't think they're better than Philly in a playoff series if Embiid is healthy. I don't think they're better than Milwaukee in a playoff series if Giannis is healthy and Dame is healthy. Why? Because those guys have legitimate MVP candidates. And maybe I'm underselling Jalen Brunson. And every single Knicks fan that ever finds this on the internet or any single Knicks fan that's listening right now, I know is going to be like, what does Jalen Brunson have to do to prove that he's that good? And maybe you're right, because he didn't have a whole lot of help, and he got them real far this year. Jalen Brunson's awesome. But if I'm trading 5 freaking first-round picks, which is the type of deal that never works even when it is Kevin Durant or James Harden, etc., for Mikal Bridges? No wonder the Wizards didn't want to trade Kyle Kuzma for a single first last year. They better not trade him for anything more than like 4 firsts tonight if Sacramento or someone else wants to call. If Mikal Bridges is worth 5, then Kuz is at least worth 3. Like, this market is so broken, and it just is mind-blowing to me that teams continue to do this. But I guess the alternate or the counter argument to that is, what other choice do they have? What else could the Knicks do with these picks 5 years from now that's going to help them win a title in this window where Brunson, DiVincenzo, they hope to re-sign OG Anunoby? Like, that's a nasty starting 5 or nasty, top 6 because they need a big somewhere in there. But, man, 5 for Mikal Bridges? Whew. Some teams never learn. The league seems to never learn. That's why they keep putting these crazy CBA rules in place. You can only trade these many picks. Max salaries, because teams can't help themselves. League has tried everything to create a middle class. It can't. Teams won't stop giving players who don't deserve it max salaries. Max should be the best in the league, and there's like 40 guys with max salaries. The market will play itself out. What a market. What a market. The Hawks, what does this do for their market when it comes to trading Trae Young or DeJounte Murray? What are they going to do with the number 1 overall pick? These are the relevant questions of the evening. Mike Conti, 92.9 The Game, our sister station in Atlanta, joins us to answer next. It's the Hoffman Show on the Team 980, always live as well on the free Odyssey app. We are streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980 as well. And, of course, we are live at Capital One Arena as part of our coverage of the NBA Draft tonight, where the Wizards will pick behind one and only one team. They have the second pick. The first pick is that of the Atlanta Hawks. And to give us some more intel on what the latest is from Atlanta, we welcome in host of the Hawks pre- and post-game show on our sister station 92.9 The Game, a guy that I've listened to actually quite a bit over the years as I was driving through Atlanta back when I was living at home in South Carolina, and would drive through and visit my parents and such. But Mike Conti, a voice that I know well, and I don't think I've gotten a chance to talk to before. So, Mike, welcome to the show. I appreciate your time on a busy day.
Craig, this is a pleasure. I'm glad to know the Hawks pre- and post-game show had at least one listener over the years.
Yep, it was me. You saw that one little spike on the Odyssey app. Mike, it was me. Sorry it wasn't more often. I should visit my mother more. So, Mike, there's so much. Like, what's actually more interesting to you going into tonight? What happens with the number one pick, or do we think that there will be a Trae Young and or DeJounte Murray trade that becomes the biggest story for you in Atlanta today?
Well, the Trae Young, DeJounte Murray story is going to be the biggest story. I just don't know if anything happens tonight. My guess is, Craig, that the Hawks have probably already made their decision on what they would like to do. My guess is they've probably already engaged with teams to gauge interest in either one or both of those players. I don't think it would be possible for them to move both. There's just too much salary that would need to come back in to make that viable. So I think the Hawks have probably made up their minds that, yeah, we're going to get rid of Trae, or yeah, we're going to get rid of DeJounte. I don't think it affects their draft strategy tonight. I don't necessarily think it's anything that could potentially be announced tonight. And, for that matter, Landry Fields, the Hawks general manager, said as recently as yesterday on Sports Radio 92.9, the game here in Atlanta, that an option that was still in play was to, as he said, run it back with the core of the 2024 team in place, which would include Trae and DeJounte. I don't see that happening. I don't know how that's sustainable. So the Hawks are looking at trading away either their franchise player or a player that they spent a lot to get 2 years ago as an all-star in San Antonio and basically gutted their future draft capital to get him. And now they're at least in a modified rebuild. That, to me, is far more interesting on Zachary Ricochet potentially coming to the Hawks tonight, or Sarr or Klingon or any other names at the top of the draft board.
So who are the likely suitors for Young or Murray? Like, if these conversations are happening, they tend to leak out in some form or fashion. What do we know about who the Hawks are looking to deal with and what they are looking to get in return that will thus inform how they select at number one tonight?
New Orleans is a team that continues to come up repeatedly, more associated with Murray than Trae. But New Orleans is a team that comes up a lot. Brandon Ingram's name has come up a lot. New Orleans has a lot of flexibility and a lot of contracts that they can stack together to make a trade like that work. Orlando was a team that had been associated with Trae, at least kind of in whispers, but now I heard as recently as yesterday that Orlando's willing to give the keys to Jalen Suggs at point guard, and that might take them out of the Trae Young derby. San Antonio has been another team that's come up because they have 2 top 10 draft picks, and I think there are people just kind of naturally making that assumption that, well, the Spurs have this draft capital, they would be a good partner with the Hawks, but I just don't see DeJounte Murray going back to San Antonio, and I don't see Greg Popovich taking a flyer on Trae Young. Other than that, it's been pretty quiet, and I honestly think that's not a coincidence. I think the market for Trae Young or DeJounte Murray might not be that robust, and if it's not, that could inform the decision-making of Landry Fields and the Sox front office and maybe force them to hold on to both of them, or at least one of them, for a little while longer.
Mike Conti, 92.9 The Game, Hawks pre- and post-game host, with us here on the Hoffman Show. Okay, so what do we think that it will be at 1 for Atlanta? Is it Ricochet? Landry keeps putting out there. He had a very interesting interview on your station that got a little contentious the other day when Sarr's name came up. What's the latest intel we're hearing about who the Hawks will take off the board ahead of the Wizards at 1?
I think the speculation is that it will be Ricochet and that Sarr will be there for the Wizards at number 2. Now, Craig, this is just you and I talking, and my opinion does not reflect the opinion of the Hawks or anyone that I do pre-half and post for. I would take Sarr and make the Wizards make him an offer. And if the Wizards are not interested and Sarr doesn't want to play in Atlanta, then that's Sarr's problem. But I think Sarr is the best player in this draft. If I were the Hawks, I would try to extract something from Washington to make it worth their while. And maybe that's a future first-round draft pick. Maybe that's something even in the second round tomorrow. The Hawks only have 1 pick in the entire draft this weekend, and it's this one. It's number 1. So I think there are things that the Hawks can use to their advantage from a leverage standpoint if they were to draft Sarr. But I think ultimately, and this is just based on my gut feel and the whispers that I'm hearing, ultimately I think Ricochet ends up as a Hawk. I think Sarr ends up as a Wizard. But what I'm less sure about is, will Sarr be putting on a Hawks hat tonight when he shakes hands with Adam Silver? I still think there's a possibility that might happen.
That's interesting because if I was Will Dawkins and knowing this draft, I mean, look, Will is an incredible scout, the GM of the Wizards. So it's been a very weird couple of weeks talking about this draft, Mike, because I kind of just eventually go, whatever Will says, which is not a thing that I'm used to doing, covering Washington sports teams, trusting talent evaluators, having covered the Ron Riveras and the Bruce Allens and the Tommy Shepards, and the list goes on. I've only been here 10 years, but it never ends. But to just go like, yeah, whatever the really smart scout guy that built Oklahoma City's roster with Sam Presti says. But I would think with such a crapshoot of a draft, like, okay, if you want a second-round pick to flipsy daisies, and I think Sarr's the best player, I'm willing to do that deal. But if you're asking me in the current state of my rebuild, if I'm Will Dawkins for a future first, and you're Landry Fields, I'm probably laughing you off the phone, which leaves the Hawks in kind of a weird position of that bluff calling.
Right. Yeah, and then, is there even a third or a fourth team that could be in the mix that could make this even more complicated? I mean, again, this is me as kind of half fan, half radio saying, yeah, sure, hold the Wizards' feet to the fire. In reality, as I think you very, very eloquently explained, it's not that easy, and it's not that straightforward. And just like we've talked about how the market for Trae Young might not be as robust as the Hawks hope, the market for the number one overall pick in this draft may not be as robust as the Hawks would otherwise hope. This is not a Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, Zion Williamson draft. This feels a lot like an Andrew Bogut, Michael Olowokandi draft, and that's a little bit unlucky for a Hawks team that got a gift from the basketball gods going way, way against the probabilities and getting the number one overall pick. So, again, I think the common sense play, the most likely outcome tonight is that Reza Shea ends up with the Hawks. Sarr probably ends up with the Wizards. Donovan Clingan's name has gained some momentum. Actually, it's more than gained momentum. It's had a lot of momentum here in Atlanta over the last couple weeks. That is something that I think absolutely could be in play for Atlanta tonight. I don't think they go too much lower than that on the board. Ron Holland's name is a name that has come up a lot in the last 48 hours. I think more callers to our radio station than anyone in the know or any scouts or anything like that. I don't think this gets really, really crazy for Atlanta tonight. I think, Reza Shea most likely, Sarr if they want to get frisky and try to extract the trade, and Clingan if they want to go with maybe the safest name on the board.
So, Mike, I will kind of combine this because I have, again, having actually listened to you over the years when I was down in Atlanta or down in the Southeast, like, I know you're in the weeds on some of this stuff and have a great knowledge. So when we start talking, first and second apron and like all these new CBA rules, I know I'm not going to lose you here. But if you talk about the Trae Young and DeJounte Murray contracts and kind of the salary portion of this, where are the Hawks on that? Because I think with one thing that I've kind of learned over the last couple of weeks and listening to like the Bobby Marks of the world is second-round picks are going to have a massive value for some of these teams that are way closer to these new limitations that, for our audience that is not as familiar with the new facets of the NBA CBA, put real restrictions on team building if your salaries are too high. So when you say, hey, the Hawks they have these two big salaries. They don't know if they're going to be able to unload them. There's two great players that are handsomely paid, I should say. I shouldn't just diminish them to their salary number. Two very good players in Murray and Young who are handsomely paid, and they only have the one pick tonight. Like, is that a situation that changes the way the Hawks have to think about this and maybe consider some incoming deals that in other drafts and in other cap situation they'd easily dismiss? Like, are they that tight against it, or what's kind of that situation from the financial side that often drives decision-making in the NBA?
Yeah, it really very, very good question. And I don't think we really know for sure because the front office here has not been overly communicative or let's just say they've held their cards close to the vest.
Sure.
The one thing that I think in general you can say about the Hawks is that this is a team and an ownership group that is very reluctant to go into a luxury tax situation unless the owner is certain that he has a roster that can compete for a championship. I think it's been maybe misunderstood and misreported that Tony Ressler, who's the principal owner of the Atlanta Hawks, has given his front office an edict. You are not to go into the luxury tax under any circumstance. He has more than a few times said publicly that he is completely willing to go into a luxury tax situation if he feels like he's got a team that can contend. So I do think that the Hawks have maybe a little bit more flexibility than what fans down here might understand them to have. I think the biggest obstacle, though, in moving a guy like Trey is just the amount of contract that you would have to have coming back the other way. And then what do you do with all the guys that you would probably end up acquiring in a trade like that? Because the Hawks are not a deep team. The Hawks have substantial needs that they have to address in free agency. The Hawks are also a team that does not really want to get a whole lot younger than what they are right now. So it's really a fascinating dynamic. There are a lot of different lanes that I think Landry Fields has to veer in and out of right now. And I think your general point is correct, that there are going to be some options on the table that might not be the most attractive, but they might be something that the Hawks have to consider doing in order to remake the roster to where they want to be. And I don't think they want to tear down. I think they want to try to reset but remain competitive, which I think is almost an impossible thing to do in the NBA these days. But I think that's the goal. The Hawks are not going to be a team that will actively tank for the next couple years with either Trey or Murray or both. But they've got to find a way to be able to reset and purge some of the contracts that have really, really held them back over the last couple of years.
Yeah, if I'm the Hawks in the Spurs call, and I'm like, please give me my picks back. Because then you can take it. But that's kind of the thing is some of these teams, and that explains this bizarro Brooklyn-Houston deal that went down last night. It's like Brooklyn's like, hey, we'll suck if we can get our picks back. Oh, we get our picks back? All right, Mikhail, you're going to move Burrows. And, Cam Johnson's going to have 1,000 shots a night in Brooklyn, which will be fun for him and probably no one else. Last thing for Mike Conti here real quick, Mike. I did hear some of the interview with Landry Fields talking about Alex Sarr and a couple other clips that came out on your station the other day. Like, what do you think of Fields as a GM? Because there's parts of that. It's a radio interview, and we're tough customers here on the radio. I don't want to judge what a GM can do solely on clips of one radio interview. But there are certain points in that interview where he feels like he's very in over his head as someone who's just peeking in from the outside, watching him every day work. Like, what do you think of the people in charge of the Hawks right now, and specifically their GM, Landry Fields?
Well, they're inexperienced relative to, look, compared to Pat Riley and Sam Presti and, some of the other well-seasoned GMs around the league, Danny Ainge, Brad Stevens, this is a relatively young and inexperienced front office. Landry Fields ascended into the general manager's role somewhat unexpectedly when the Hawks, maybe earlier than expected, parted ways with Travis Schlenk in the middle of the 2022-23 season.
Thanks for that, by the way. Current Wizards front office executive doing a lot of their scouting. He's very good, so we appreciate it.
Travis is fantastic and comes from Golden State, where he was a big architect in those championship teams, and I thought, quite frankly, Craig, that was a massive, massive loss for Atlanta, a massive loss. And Atlanta's massive loss is Washington's gain. So you have Landry Fields, relatively inexperienced in a front office role, and then ascended quickly into the GM seat. Kyle Korver, a former Hawks/76er, well-traveled former three-point specialist in the NBA, kind of out of nowhere comes into the front office to be an assistant general manager. They have tried to hire some analytics people from Golden State to try to boost the front office a little bit. But this is, without question, the biggest decision that Landry Fields has had to make in his basketball life. And, the positive way you can spin that is that this is a big opportunity for him. It's an opportunity for him to make an imprint on this franchise, and if it works out, he buys himself a lot of job security. But I don't think there's much doubt, and I think there's maybe a lingering air of curiosity here in Atlanta. how does this relatively inexperienced front office that has not really been tested to this point, how do they respond to this test tonight, and do they pass it? And we probably won't know what their grade is for a long time. But your perception of that interview, I think, is a perception that has been shared by a lot of people who heard it.
Mike Conti, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, always has done a great job. Mike, pleasure to have you on the show. And what is y'all's plan in terms of coverage tonight, in case folks want to check out some Atlanta coverage on the Odyssey app?
Yeah, I'm on my way down to State Farm Arena right now. You're at Capital One Arena. I'm on my way down to State Farm Arena, and we'll be on at 7 o'clock tonight on the Odyssey app and Sports Radio 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. So I have a feeling we might have some app listeners going back and forth between our shows tonight in the first half hour of the draft, because Atlanta and Washington will be the epicenters of activity tonight.
No doubt about it. Mike, appreciate the time. Have a great show tonight, and who knows, depending on what happens, maybe we'll be talking again, I don't know, tomorrow.
Hey, call me anytime. That would be my pleasure. It's good talking to you, Fred.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. It's Mike Conti, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Jason Smith just walked by. I don't know. Are you coming on the radio with me? Oh, hey, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with Jason Smith. He's very tall and very smart. Capital One Arena with Jason Smith, former Wizard, current analyst for Monumental Sports Network. What's up, dude? Oh, you're like, yeah, that's me.
That is me. I am doing good. It's hot as anything outside, so I'm looking forward to people actually getting in the doors to get some air conditioning, enjoy the draft process this year. The Wizards have the second pick, the 26th pick, and the 51st pick. So we're going to see what happens.
You've done your
with
homework.
This draft and see who comes out a Washington Wizard.
Indeed. So we have a short segment here because of radio clock legality things.
Yeah.
So we will talk about the Wizards draft at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
But I want your draft story first.
My draft story. Well, I was drafted 20th, first round in 2007. I worked out for 17, Actually, I had 17 workouts in 19 days.
Woo.
For all 30 teams, group workouts, individual workouts, whatnot. So when the draft came around, I was exhausted.
I
was
bet.
like, I don't want to go to New York. I don't know if my name's going to be called for first round. But you know what? I had a nice little get-together at home. I had a family party. We had a blast. We were at like a little local bar and grill. The TVs were a little bit off sync. So when the draft process was going, I heard this massive, loud cheer about 5-10 seconds before it came to our TV. I was picked 20th pick. The people out there knew before I did.
That's funny.
But that was my draft story. I didn't get to walk up on stage and shake David Stern's hand at the time. But for me, it was a dream come true, and 12 years in the NBA went by like bam. So
So like we see now, especially in the NFL, they do the calls and the team social media is like all over it. You didn't get a call? Nothing?
So I got a call from about pick 15 all the way up to 20. My agent said, hey, all these teams really, really like you. You have a potential of going 15. All right, didn't happen.
Yeah.
16, didn't happen. 17, he calls me. He's like, oh, man, they really, really like you.
Do you remember the team?
It went all the way from the Lakers to Indiana to Portland to –
Okay, so you can Draymond Green it if you need to.
No.
He knows every team and every player that got picked
I
ahead
was
of him.
not holding grudges whatsoever. I was like, please take a chance on me, please.
So 17, 18, 19. But still, when you actually get picked, you learn not only from the TV that you're watching, but from the roar of the TVs behind you that were 10 seconds ahead.
Yeah.
You don't get a call from the GM being like, hey, we're about to pick you.
No, I got the call after being picked because I technically got drafted by Miami.
Okay.
Which then 2 minutes later got traded to Philadelphia. They swapped the picks, which there was already a pre-negotiated trade
Right.
deal. So after the 21st pick, I got a call from the then Billy King. He was the GM at the time, and the head coach, Mo Cheeks. And he's like, you ready to come to Philly? I was like, well, I was looking forward to going to Miami, but I'm coming your way up to Philly. So, hey, I was happy to be in the NBA. I was happy to have a chance, and it was memorable.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah.
That is one thing that I think the NFL does way better than the NBA.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Like, they get the trades done beforehand.
Yes.
Everyone on Twitter should know that a player got
Before the
traded
player knows.
while they are putting on the wrong hat.
Yes.
Yes. Or, like, you shouldn't learn from, whether it's Lisa Salters or Monica McNutt or whoever's doing the interviews on draft night.
And you have the team's hat on.
Yeah.
And she says, oh, what do you think about being traded to such and such team? And you're like,
Well, I just found out right now.
Thanks for telling me. I didn't know.
We got to fix that. Adam, I know you're watching.
I'm not complaining.
No, you're listening. I am. You don't complain.
Okay.
I'm complaining on behalf of the kids. I'm standing up for them. Let's get that straightened out. I do think some of that will be able to happen this year in a way that hasn't in the past, because if there's now that you can sign extensions after the finals, where you used to have to wait till the start of the league year, I'm assuming some of the sign and trade stuff could happen tonight. So
well, you already
maybe?
saw one with Miles Bridges getting traded from
Mikal Bridges. Yeah.
Mikal Bridges going from Brooklyn to New York. Now you shouldn't even call it the New York Knicks.
Right,
it's
the
the
Manhattan.
Villanova Knicks.
You're right.
The Villanova Knicks. It's insane.
Wild. Maybe if we have time, we'll talk about that trade as well.
Okay.
Jason Smith sticking with us here. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live on the free Odyssey app, streaming live, of course, on YouTube at the Team 980. We'll get into the Wizards and the big night ahead next here on the Hoffman Show. Hour number 2 from Capital One Arena. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app, streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980. And Jason Smith is hanging out with us, of course, Wizards alum, analyst from the Monumental Sports Network. And the night is here, Jason. The number 2 overall pick belongs to Washington. We were just talking the break. It's a weird draft.
Yes,
like,
it is.
It's just, let's put it out there.
Yep.
It's a weird draft.
It's going to be a funky night tonight.
There are so many teams that are trying to make moves that kind of have nothing to do with the draft.
Yeah.
We saw the Brooklyn-New York swap last night for Mikal Bridges. But if you're the Wizards kind of sitting at the center of this with mystery at 1 with Atlanta, they are trying to figure out what they do with Young and Murray.
Yep.
Houston is trying to do something at 3, potentially a trade for like Durant or Booker with Phoenix. Like, what do you? How, like, are you nervous? Are you calm if you're Winger? If you're Dawkins right now, like, how you feeling if you're them going into this draft with that pick?
Well, I think there's potential to be a little bit nervous just because the guy that you've been looking at in Sarr was kind of the person that you had initially said, hey, we're going to take this guy. But then in the last 48 hours, Atlanta has said, hey, no, we kind of want him at number 1. So you're kind of like, whoa. So you kind of mix it up. But that's how the draft goes. As soon as 1 gets done, 2 gets done, pretty much the entire lottery, it's kind of a toss-up. Do we take best available? Do we take what we need as a guard, a forward, a center, or something like that? Because guys will tend to slip. If you don't take them at that higher pick of 2 or 3, and they slip down to 7, and they're sitting still on the board, but you already have this one person in mind, there's potential to be like, all right, well, let's throw that out the window. Let's take him. He's still available. He's on the board. So with the Wizards, it's not going to be too difficult because you have the number 2 pick, but you also have the 26th pick. So that's where things get a little dicey. That's where in the middle of the draft in the first round, people could be like, oh, man, you know what? We really had our eye on such and such, but this guy's still available. Why don't we take a chance on him? And that's where you get the arguments of the scouts and the front office people. But I think with Will Dawkins, Winger, they're going to make a right decision to build this team the right way from the ground up. They've said that from day 1 to make sure to get young core group of guys together to build for years to come. I don't see them trading away the pick to get veteran leadership right away because you still have Bilal Coulibaly developing. Give another young guy an opportunity in this draft to go out there and become a professional along the way. You saw the steps that Bilal made throughout the entire season. He comes in. Everybody was kind of like, why did we take him? Why don't we take somebody from Kentucky or somebody from Duke or somebody like that? When Bilal came in for Summer League, he impressed me because he was working hard. He was trying to get better. He was developing his three-point shot because he knew that the offense wasn't going to be predicated around him. He had to get in where he fit in.
Yeah.
If you're going to go out there and try and be going one-on-one and make turnovers and make mistakes, coach is going to sit you right back on the bench and, all right, rookie's not ready.
Yeah.
But he learned the pro game. He learned his spots of being in the corner. If they drive and kick to him and he's open, shoot it. He did a great job. He's shooting over 40% in the first couple games. So coach was like, all right, he's playing great on the offensive end. Well, then he was known as defense. He was long. He was athletic. He was young. He had that tenacious defense. And to see him go out there and guard the best player on the other team, you're going to make some mistakes, but he did really, really well against those players. Plus, you put that in video where he's watching between games. What did you do well? What did you not do well? What adjustments can you make? And you could see the advancement throughout the entire season of things that he got better at. He didn't make too many mistakes.
Well, and I think the thing for Bilal as well, which I think becomes interesting with some of the guys that we'll talk about in a second for Washington potentially, is he did that with Tyus and Jordan struggling for a large stretch of the season to be on the ball, point of attack stoppers.
Yep.
That's just not their specialty. It's not their game. It's not their fault that they are them.
Yeah.
And rim protection was non-existent for a lot of the year.
Yeah.
There were so many injuries at that center position, and it wasn't necessarily the strength of any of the guys that they had.
Yeah.
And so it's really hard to be like a one-man wrecking crew when you're trying to be a part of a team scheme, and the rest of the team is not doing the things that you really need to at the same level that you are, which brings us to the potential of Alex Sarr at 2. If he is what we think he is, which is like, let's say he's, as a rookie, 3 through 5, switchable defender, length, mobility, what does that immediately do for the Wizards? And even more specifically, what does that do for Bilal in year 2 for him to finally have someone who's up to that level? Denny's, kind of close on the wing, but like that rim protection element.
If you have that rim protection, that means you can be a little bit more aggressive on the defensive end out in the perimeter. So for Bilal, he could be maybe a half step closer to the offensive player. If he does get beat, he knows that his teammate is there. I think that's really paramount for the entire team of learning the defensive strategies of everybody's on a string. No matter if player 1 gets beat on the perimeter, player 3 that's hanging out at the rim, the big guy, he's there to help. But also somebody needs to help for him. Everybody kind of shifts the defense over. But for young players, that can be hard to learn because everybody's worried about getting 3 seconds on the defensive end. So if you get an Alex Sarr, the best comparison that I've kind of seen throughout all the draft boards and watching all the draft media is an Evan Mobley up in Cleveland. He's long, he's athletic, he has offensive capabilities. He's just very unpolished. If he can come in and have those potential outputs, absolutely take him. Because seeing a couple of his clips, he blocks a shot, he gets the rebound, he pushes in transition. One, that plays right into the Wizards' offense right now.
Right. They're trying to play with pace.
It doesn't matter who brings the ball up, but if he has the potential to bring the ball up at 7 feet or whatever he is listed at, and he can make good decisions and not turn the ball over,
right,
that is fast-paced offense. That is quick. That is going up and down the floor. That is making sure that you're anchoring the defense, but also getting out on the offense extremely fast. So if you can do that, and then as you develop as an NBA player, you develop a shot, a mid-range shot. You develop a nice little corner 3.
And his mid-range numbers actually weren't bad.
Not bad.
It's getting him out to range that was a bit more of an adventure.
Yeah.
And I mean, by the end of your career, you were
I was trying to shoot the threes as much as I could because.
But what was that process like for you? And like, if you look at a guy like Sarr, like how feasible is it with the player development type of stuff that's available here and in the modern NBA to take a guy with he can shoot it some just as long as it's here and bring that out here.
The biggest thing for me was that the game developed as my career went on. Everybody was mid-range pops, from LaMarcus Aldridge to Tim Duncan to myself to Kevin Garnett. Well, then
which is clearly the class that you belong to.
Hey, man, I was just trying to throw out some names in there. That was my generation. But those were the elite mid-range jump shooters.
Sure.
Then as the game evolved and you had Steph Curry and James Harden and, Kobe Bryant started to shoot a lot more threes along in his career. You see the transition of it's either a layup or a 3. Nobody wanted to do mid-range because the percentage, the analytics of the game came into play. And rightfully so, because if you're going for a layup or if you're going and to get a layup and the defense collapses and you're getting wide open 3 shots, why not take it?
Right.
Everybody's extremely talented.
You only got to make 1 of 3 threes to get the same amount of points as 1 of 2 twos.
So the analytics really kind of pushed that nature onto the NBA. And now you're seeing these wild scoring games of 150 to 149, which is insane. There needs to be a little bit more defense played, in my opinion. But when you have the big man kind of going non-existent of, all right, we don't throw it into a Shaquille O'Neal down low and then have the offense kind of float around him. Even if it is a Joel Embiid, he's catching it in the mid-post or he's catching it at the free throw line extended, and you can't double him, but it's isolation basketball, and he's just trying to get to the rim, get to the free throw line. So he's either getting a layup or he has the potential to shoot a 3. With Alex Sarr, if he can get a layup or have a pick-and-roll offense or being a lob threat and then develop that jump shot like we talked about in the mid-range, just to scoot that out, you start out with a corner 3. You don't necessarily have to come down from the top of the key and
for
fire
listeners
from 35
who might
feet.
not know, is like the corner 3 is a foot shorter?
It's about a foot and a half, a little bit shorter, and the highest percentage of threes because it's the shorter distance of them. So if you can get into the offense and the scheme where you're ready in your spot in the corner, as a big, majority of the time you're going to have a smaller defender on you, you can rise up and shoot over those defenders easily. Yeah. It's all about a mental and then practicing it. Practicing it repeatedly. Bilal did it as soon as he got into a Wizards uniform, the draft. He said, when can I get into the gym and start shooting? That really told me, hey, this kid's ready to work. He's not, oh, man, I made it to the NBA, I can relax.
Yeah.
That's the next step. As soon as whoever we may pick, get in the gym and work.
For Risochet and Sarr, I think it's pretty fascinating. You got two French kids that are probably going to go 1-2. And I jokingly asked Will last time we had him on, which was at the BK intro presser. I was like, how's your French going? And he's like, he got a mealy mouth answer. Yeah. He's like, I'll say this. Because I was like, I'm not asking you to give away the pick, but, like, there's a ton of French kids at the top of this draft. I think there's 3 that'll probably go in the lottery.
Yep.
And so I was like, he's like, look, here's what I will say. What they're doing in their youth program is remarkable. Like, this is not a coincidence that all of a sudden, like, sure, some of it's like Tony Parker generation, right? Like, Tony was 20 years ago. Balling out, the Hall of Famer, and now the kids that grew up in France watching Tony Parker are Victor Wembanyama and Alex Sarr, et cetera. So there's some, like, kind of the same thing, the Vince Carter generation of Canadian basketball on down the list, but clearly they're doing something right in their youth program, and I think one of the things that's interesting about both Sarr and Risochet and listening to draft people talk about them is their capacity to learn. And basically they're like, don't underestimate these kids. And like a kid like Risochet who hasn't done anything in terms of shot creation, they're like, he hasn't, but don't look at what Bilal did. And I just wonder how feasible that is to repeat player after player in the NBA and the hardest league in the world to do that in.
Well, the biggest thing for those two guys, I think kind of the connection that really kind of sparks my interest, I should say, is that Bilal is French, Sarr's French, Risochet's French. So regardless of who you draft between those two guys, they have a potential to play in the Olympics together, to build that chemistry, and it gives the Wizards an opportunity to send their trainers over there, kind of take a look at other guys and be like, man, we like Bilal and Risochet and Sarr, but, man, we saw a couple of these young guys that were practice team players.
In class of 2027.
That you're just kind of like, wow, eye-opening experience. And that'll be fun to see whoever the Wizards pick and the potential to have them be French teammates going into the Olympics. Everybody says, oh, well, he might get worn out in the summertime. No, that is valuable time to play against the best competition in the world.
Yeah, you're going to be playing pickup anyway. You might as well play Olympic basketball.
Yeah, so that's going to be a fun time for Bilal, and I'm really rooting for him because there's no guarantee because the French team is loaded. They have a ton of talent, ton of players. If he gets the opportunity to play on the national team, he has a chance to go out there and get a medal, pretty much guaranteed. So it'll be fun to see what happens with that. But as far as the draft is concerned, I'm excited about that number 2 pick.
I am too. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
And who knows what chaos awaits between now. I feel like it was this time about a year ago that all the Jordan Poole stuff happened.
Yeah.
It was like right now.
The brewing and bubbling of trades and expectations.
So
and I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be a fun night. Jason's here. Doesn't have to go be on TV tonight.
No.
He just gets to be a Wizards alumnus. They're doing a bunch of cool stuff. I don't know if you've taken a peek inside yet. It's a pretty cool setup down there. They got a big old stage that you're going to be on.
As soon as I got here, I came straight to you because I was like, you know what? I got to get on the radio show. Come on, man.
That's my guy. We appreciate you. So come on down. Tickets available at wizards.com. You can't just show up. But it is free. You have to just claim a ticket, wizards.com, for the Wizards draft party tonight. Linnell and I will be broadcasting live here outside Section 100, so come on, say what's up. But please, in a commercial break, because my attention span is very poor, and I will lose my train of thought on the radio. Jason Smith, everybody. I do believe Danny Rouillet is going to join us next. It's the Hoffman Show. We are on the Team 980, always live as well on the free Odyssey app. And that music only means one thing. It means Danny Rouhier is going to tell jokes. I'll see you guys. I'll just just pot Danny up and start the set. Make sure the bleep button is ready, because that's Danny's walk-up song when he does stand-up comedy. I thought we were going to talk basketball, Danny.
Well, it's a little bit of both, because it is a Wizards-type situation. So, yeah.
That's true.
We were actually informally chatting about this today, by the way, Craig, on our radio program. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of buzz, interest. I mean, the hardcore Wizards faithful, of which I count myself among, obviously, we're blogging, we're tweeting, we're looking at, whether or not they're going to pick up Landry Shamit's option, like regular psychopaths, like crazy people. But sort of like population sports in general, I don't think are terribly into this draft or kind of into this part of the process, which I understand to a degree. You're going through some pain with the eventuality that maybe you come out on the other side looking pretty good, but there's a lot of years of losing. I have no 50-win seasons in my lifetime, which is a crazy thing to say. The only franchise that can say that over that time period. And the pain and the sort of lack of expectations, lack of buzz maybe around this draft, I think are kind of causing, I don't want to call it apathy, but maybe a lack of excitement. But to me, this is another opportunity for a couple different things. One, we're going to find out about this front office, because they're not telling us about themselves. In years past, you've been around long enough, you know that every time somebody came in and dribbled a basketball twice, it's like, here's a guy in for a workout, and this is happening. I see nothing about anybody at any point in time. I didn't know who the coaching candidates were. I don't know who they interviewed. And they are keeping things close to the vest, so we're going to find out about what this regime values and where they think they are at this point tonight.
No, it's a great point. As Danny Rouhier, of course, host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan, joins us here on the Wizards Draft Day. We'll be simulcast for the draft show tonight over on The Fan. Danny able to join us because there's currently a Nationals game. Normally he is on the radio at this time. But I think you're right, Danny. It's amazing that they apparently did some kind of wide search, or Will Dawkins lied to my face, which is possible, about the coaching search, and we literally don't know who they interviewed outside of Brian Keefe. That's remarkable. And it also makes me wonder, like, everyone's just connecting the dots on Sarr tonight, and ultimately everyone kind of did the same thing about Keefe, and they were ultimately right in the end. But is there some wild card tonight? Does a Steph Castle from UConn, who I could make a really Wizardsy, through the eyes of Winger and Dawkins argument for, wind up being a surprise pick at 2? Like, I think the options are wide open tonight. Even if I had to bet, I would obviously bet on Alex Sarr, assuming that Risa Shea goes 1 to Atlanta.
Yeah, that's the way I'd put it. If I'm going to walk to a window, you're going to get the best odds on Sarr, and that may very well be the pick. But just to touch on Castle for a moment, he's my favorite player in this draft. Now, I don't know if he's the best player. I don't know that, because, again, I haven't been to all the EuroLeague games. I didn't see anybody in Australia. I watch YouTube like everybody else, but I love Castle. And to me, he fits that positional size thing that this regime has loved, that they made such a habit of doing in Oklahoma City. And he ends up really being a point guard, which I've seen a couple people say that we think that's a possibility. All of a sudden, that 6'6" can guard 3 or maybe even 4 different positions in smaller lineups. Becomes really intriguing with a guy with a developing offensive game. So, yeah, it would certainly fit the bill there. But in terms of number 2, I mean, again, there's so much complexity here, right? Because Atlanta could know that Washington maybe has this, or maybe they don't know, or they could believe, they could gamble here and say, we know you guys want Sarr, so we'll take him, hold him hostage, and if you guys want him, maybe you got to come up and get him, or something to that effect, right? Not just for Washington, but for anybody. This whole Sarr hasn't worked out for Atlanta saga is such a strange phenomenon here, where someone is saying, being the number 1 overall pick really isn't for me. I don't remember a time where that's kind of been the case, or maybe it has, but that's something that's registering in my brain. But in terms of what Washington does tonight, I'm with you in the sense that there are a lot of possibilities. The simplest and easiest explanation is, the 7-1 guy that profiles right away to be a pretty good defensive asset with some pretty good offensive potential down the line. That pick makes an awful lot of sense to an awful lot of people. But again, try to predict this group, and I think you may end up going out of business.
Yeah, no, 100%. Let's say we played this game with Mike Conti earlier from 92.9, the game in Atlanta, who he also was like, I wonder if Atlanta tries to call Washington's bluff. And it wasn't a bluff. Last year, Indiana, had multiple deals on the table for apparently Coulibaly at 7, and Washington was at 8, and Washington was like, okay, we'll give you something to come up the spot because that's our guy. So we know they'll do it, but I just don't know. Like, in this draft, if you're Landry Fields and you tell Will Dawkins, we're sending the card in, it says Sarr on it, you want to dance. What do you do if you're Will Dawkins? You just laugh him off the phone, take Reece Archie, and go, we actually got the best player in the draft, you clowns. Or do you offer a second-round pick or something, even 26 later in the first round, to go up and get Sarr? Like, do you think in this draft Will Dawkins is willing to play that game with that pick?
It doesn't feel like it. But again, what's that based on? It's based on me, like, just sort of generally putting myself in those shoes. And I can't. We just have heard so little from them. And I guess it's to their credit, right? I mean, I don't know if one way's better or worse, playing or not playing the media or kind of getting your word out here in the middle of silly season. But, again, it's all about the gap you might have between, say, Reece Archie and Sarr, right? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you value Sarr as a 7 out of 10 prospect and Reece Archie as a 6. Well, what's that point worth to you, right? It may not be worth very much. It may be worth, as you said, a second round or a throwaway extra pick that they've gotten here, one of their future pick swaps with Phoenix or something to that effect. It also may be they're like, you know what, the guy with the most upside in this draft is Sarr. That's what we're into right now. We're trying to find that unexpected star, that star in the form of the 7-1 kid. So maybe that is something that we've got to do. So to me, Atlanta doing that, I don't know generally that I'd have the stones to basically to walk in and go all in on something like that right at the poker table before you've even seen a card. But if that is indeed the case, right, and Dawkins is kind of at that crossroads, you might go, I'm actually perfectly happy with a 6'9" guy in Reece Archie that's got worlds of potential as well. Or, again, somebody else that may be the number one on their board that we don't even know about. So, yeah, I wouldn't guess, Craig, that they would do something like that in terms of giving up an awful lot. But, again, that's based on absolutely nothing. I think that's kind of my central theme. Why I'm frankly excited tonight because I want to find out about these guys. What the hell are they thinking? I want to learn more.
Totally. It does feel like the feel in Atlanta amongst Hawks fans right now is not that Landry Fields has stones, but he has rocks and they're in his head. But that's a different conversation for our sister station 92.9 down there to have. One thing that has driven me nuts throughout this process, Danny, and I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I know you read a lot of the same stuff I do when it comes to like mock drafts and previews and stuff. It seems like nobody actually paid attention to the Wizards last year after everyone realized they stunk and they could make a lot of Jordan Poole memes. And what I mean by that is, as the draft community has written about, well, the Wizards need this or they have this, Poole's name doesn't seem to come up, and I don't feel like the league at large and the media side understands the scale of the rebuild here. So I'm curious if you have seen that and feel the same way, and also how that reality that I would think that how Jordan Poole played in the last 6 weeks is a fairly significant data point in thinking about the 2024 season and beyond, how that actually affects what you think of what they do tonight.
I think it's a really smart point, and I agree with you 100%. It's easy to look at a stat line. It's easy to look at overall, a couple of the low moments, and there were certainly a bunch of low moments for Jordan Poole. It's very memeable, right? It's easy to look at how he pouted when he was benched, etc. What they didn't look at, though, was the next phase of that, how he took upon that challenge, and they were better. He was better with the basketball in his hands, kind of the thing that he wanted to do. So you sort of make him your de facto point guard, or at least, entering in a half-court offense, you run the offense through him. Everything got better in that regard. So does that influence a decision? You would think so, right? Especially for somebody that you don't think necessarily is part of their long-term plan, but part of a group that you're going to try to spin him into some kind of future asset, or maybe he is part of the long-term plan. There's no rush. There's no reason to feel pressure to do that. So I think you're right in terms of what they need. Now, this is a group overall that hasn't finished in the top 15 in defensive efficiency, I think, in close to a decade. It's been pretty clear what's been missing. So you can sort of do a 1 + 1 = 2 and go, well, it makes sense they might get Donovan Kling in it too if Alex Sarr goes 1. It makes sense they might get Sarr, who could be a pretty good defender or something to that effect, right? It's the type of thing you're not spending too much time doing a deep dive bit of analysis on. And you could also go, well, they took Coulibaly last year, a guy whose offensive game is on the rise, but still, in a way, he could be a pretty solid wing defender and be a pain in the butt to play against. That maybe seems to be the DNA that they're going for, but a deeper dive, I'm with you, it doesn't totally tell the story about where they are. Again, they went 8-31 under Brian Keith. Nobody's writing home saying they've telling you they found the next Golden State Warriors team or the 98 Bulls or something like that, right? But still, you could see marginal improvement and a change in the way that they played, and I think that's instructive maybe for them carrying things forward as this rebuild goes.
Definitely, and when it comes to, if I see one more, well, they need a big, so Klingon's on the, no. They need everything. There's no need that supersedes any other need. They need everything.
Mm-hmm.
They were what they were last year, and they're willing to trade everybody, which leads me to last rapid-fire question. Ring, ring. It's the trade phone. The Sacramento Kings are calling. They want to give you the 13th pick for Kyle Kuzma. You doing it?
I do it. Now, because I'm one of those guys, Craig, I didn't totally see all the jigsaw puzzle pieces fitting for why they signed Kuzma to that deal. It's going to end up being fairly market-friendly, I guess, as the cap goes up and guys are getting bigger and bigger deals. I didn't quite understand that one. I didn't really know what the timetable was or how it worked. As soon as I get that, I'm ready to go. So I was ready to not sign him. I was ready to trade him at any point last year come trade deadline, and I'm ready now. I know the 13th pick is not terribly sexy when it comes to this particular draft, but again, I'm a let's throw some numbers at the wall. We don't have a Wembanyama. Let's find our Halliburton. Let's find our Antetokounmpo. Let's find our maybe once passed over international star that nobody's quite sure about that turns into a Doncic or a Jokic or something special like that. So I'm taking that chance, but they've got a plan. At least that's something that's reassuring to me, right? I always felt in years past, I'm not going to name any names that rhymes with Schmurny Schmuntel. It was basically, I clogged the toilet, now I'm going to work on unclogging it, and please congratulate me for unclogging it. That's not a plan. These guys have something thoughtful in mind, and they're always, trying to play three-dimensional chess. I would do it, but I bet you they wouldn't.
And don't forget old Bommy Leopard either, sometimes. Yeah. I don't think I would do Kuzma for 13 because could I get something better at the trade deadline? Also, Mikal Bridges just got traded for 5 first-round picks. And if that's the case, then, Kuzma's got to be worth at least 2, right? If not 3.
It should be worth 4 somehow. Yeah, in some sort of parallel universe. Yeah, but I get your point. I get that. I'm just one of those. I'm a bird in hand guy, but I guess at this stage when there's no rush, why not? Why not wait? There's I think a really good case to be made for that. To your point.
All right, they'll have forward action tomorrow, starting at 2 to 6:30. Of course, Grant and Danny every day over on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen to them on the free Odyssey app, and they're also streaming live on YouTube now at 106.7 The Fan daily. Danny, enjoy the draft tonight. I'm sure we'll be texting during. Should be fun to see what these guys do.
That's good, my friend. Thank you as always.
That is Danny Rouillet, everybody, with us here on the Hoffman Show. Still to come, we are scheduled to catch up in just about 15 minutes with my good friend Ava Wallace of the Washington Post. I do believe Aaliyah Edwards from the Washington Mystics is going to stop by before the end of the show. Some other Wizards alums, they just show up at the table, and I'm like, hey, here's a microphone. So Linnell's here at 7 o'clock. We'll keep streaming live on YouTube all the way through the second pick as well. So if you are driving home right now and you're enjoying the coverage and you don't want to watch the ESPN show tonight, use your smart TV, flip over to YouTube at the Team 980, and we'll be talking draft from a Wizards perspective from now through the second overall pick tonight. Much more NBA draft coverage still to come here on the Hoffman Show. It's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980, always live as well on the free Odyssey app. Streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980s. We will all the way through the second overall pick tonight, where the Washington Wizards are slated to select someone. We'll see. That's the fun of it. We don't know yet. Great stuff with Denny. Great stuff with Jason Smith. Great stuff to come with Ava Wallace and more. We'll also take a turn towards the Mystics and maybe a draft night story from Aaliyah Edwards when she stops by later on in the program. Right now, though, Anthony, I said something earlier in the show. The biggest story of the NBA today is the Mikal Bridges trade from Brooklyn to the Knicks. Brooklyn to New York just sounds so weird. He's a part of the Villanova New York Knicks now as the fourth member of that championship team to come together in the blue and orange. I don't think this puts them in the same category as the Celtics, the Sixers, the Bucks when healthy. You seem to have taken exception with that and been waiting an hour to tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not going to say you're wrong. I think there's merit to your argument.
Well, that's awful kind of you.
But I just feel as though Mikal Bridges adds another playmaker to what the New York Knicks already have. And I sort of think it matches up to like what the Celtics have. All right, Kristaps Porzingis, he's the anomaly. He's, there's nobody to compare him with. But if you look at all the other guys that they have a whole bunch of wings. Derek White, he's a wing. Jason Tatum, wing. Jaylen Brown, wing. So I think when you just look up the makeup of what they have, I see, a whole bunch of wings that can all, be effective, that can play make. And I think those two teams are actually closer than originally thought. I wouldn't necessarily say I disagree with you, though.
Here's my very, very simple argument against that.
Okay.
Knicks versus Celtics in a playoff series. Who's the best player in the series?
Jason Tatum.
Who's the second best player?
Maybe Jaylen Brown, to be honest.
Jason Tatum's the correct answer.
Okay.
All due respect to JB. But
who's the second
best player in the series?
Jalen Brunson.
You just said Jaylen Brown might be better than Jason Tatum.
Well, it's more so. Me personally, I think that's JB's team. That is what I feel. I feel like that is JB's team. But I think Jalen Brunson's the second best player in the series.
I think it might be close. Okay, let's say it's Jalen Brunson. So we're 1-1. Who's third best player in the series?
Jaylen Brown.
Who's fourth best player in the series?
Fourth best?
As long as everybody's healthy, which I realize is an if.
Then you'll probably go Kristaps or Mikal, like one of those two.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Okay, Kristaps. Okay, we can go with that.
Who's the next best player in the series?
Probably Drew Holiday.
See my point?
Or you just think they're just that much better? But my thing is, Craig, we've seen
Derek White, and it's, Mikal Bridges is awesome. Jalen Brunson's awesome. But you need like an MVP caliber player, and I know Brunson maybe, and that's the thing is like
I think he just needed a little help though. Like OG went down, Julius wasn't there, and look what they did to the Pacers. They would have beat the Pacers had OG just been available, or if JB was available. He didn't get he was hurt.
I mean, maybe.
So
maybe, but they didn't. And the way that Tibbs plays guys, there are diminishing returns over time. Look at how those Bulls teams broke down. Like, this is not new, and it's not a mystery. The science is fairly available. So I think that's the thing that I struggle with is I like what they have. I just think the ceiling is lower than if you took it like Milwaukee at their best, depending on a couple of moves that they might make. But like Giannis and Dame feel like they could still dominate a game against those Knicks. Embiid and Maxey could dominate a game. That one feels a little less just because we saw it in these playoffs and Embiid wasn't right, and Embiid's never right in the playoffs. So, okay, fine. I guess I respect it. I understand that they're in win-now mode. I also just don't understand why it costs five. Maybe this is my holdup. Maybe I'm letting this infiltrate my analysis. Why is Mikal Bridges worth 5 first-round picks?
Yeah, I don't get it either. Like, I'm there with you when it comes to the value that they got in exchange
What's
for
Mikal
Mikal
Bridges' is like he on the
He has
world's
2 more
greatest
years.
contract?
No, he has 2 more years. I think he's due 22 one year and like 24
And
another
it's not
year.
like he's 22; he's 27.
Yeah, 27. But that's fairly young in his prime.
He's young. He is young. He's in his prime, but I mean, I just, what's his number? Mikal Bridges, Spotrac. He's making. I mean, it is a great contract. I will give them that. It's $23 and $24 million over the next 2 years. It's a great contract.
It's a steal.
But 5?
Yeah.
Dog. These trades very rarely, credit to the Knicks. They're all in. I'll give them the credit.
What would you say?
And I guess the other thing is like, what else could they have done?
Exactly, because I feel as though they are in this window. And to be honest, if you're the Knicks and you're a team that sort of kind of has expectations, like what would you say is the floor for the Knicks? Is it the conference finals?
With this trade, it better be.
I hope it is.
But that's my thing is like, I don't feel like this trade guarantees you conference finals if you're healthy. Because if Philly and Milwaukee and Boston are healthy, I still think the Knicks are the 4th best team. That doesn't get you. You got to be one of the best 2 to get in the conference finals.
I think a year though together, the chemistry that they already have, I think that matters. I think that's important. They got a little bit.
It's not nothing. I am warmer on this trade than I want to be. I don't know. I also just am so frustrated because I don't feel like I get the mark. I don't get what NBA teams – like, I just feel like there's so many people running NBA teams throwing stuff at walls, and I'm just like, I thought y'all were supposed to be smart and measured and whatever. And maybe this is why, like, Oklahoma City, despite the fact that they're in Oklahoma City, Sam Presti's just smarter than everybody else and just continues to rip teams off. Good news is one of his acolytes runs the Washington Wizards now. Actually, 2 of his acolytes run the Washington Wizards now, so maybe we can rip teams off. I don't know why I just said we. I'm not a part of the Wizards. I am at the draft party, though. We're live at Capital One Arena here on the Hoffman Show. And when we get back, my good friend Ava Wallace joins us on set. Washington Post Wizards beat reporter live here on the Team 980. the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We are always live as well on the free Odyssey app, streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980. Ava Wallace is on her way, so she'll be with us either in a moment or at 6 o'clock. I might just tell Ava that our commercial time ran out. And so we'll welcome her in the next segment. Although I guess I think I see her walking down the hall now. So we'll just welcome Ava in here in a second, and I will just stall rain delay theater, as they call it in the radio business, until Ava gets here. Of course, NBA draft tonight here at Capital One Arena. If you're like, man, it sounds kind of fun. There seems to be a lot of commotion going on in the background, which there has been a lot of commotion. There's a lot going on here. You can go to Wizards.com and you can claim your free ticket, and you can come hang out. And there's all kinds of stuff happening leading up to the second pick. Yeah, that would be a bad way to crash the set. I want you to crash the set. Yeah, you're going to come around this way. Ava Wallace making her way in. Metal Chris nicely giving up his chair. And we'll bring Ava in, and I will be here full of jealousy because you're going to Wimbledon tomorrow, which sounds way more fun than covering this draft, this much maligned 2024.
This was an action-packed entrance.
Yeah, I mean, this is how these things go. Hi,
how
friend.
are you?
I'm
You
good.
look so like fresh and lovely, and I'm like running up from the parking garage. It's great.
I like the dress.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
It's only 100 million degrees outside.
It is.
So it's fine.
It is.
Yeah.
I could not. I did go with jeans. I don't really know why. I think I know because I've done enough of these shows where we're ahead of a Wizards game, or we did the two ahead of the Mystics games, and I know from the time that is an adore. Wait, hold on. There's dogs.
Ooh.
Where do we go to get the?
I would like
108 for the dogs.
The dogs.
Ava,
I would like to draft.
They
the
said
dogs.
there were no gems in this draft. They lied to us all
Superstars.
along. Somebody come back with the puppies.
You said dog. It's puppies.
Yeah, no, they were.
Yeah.
Those puppies couldn't have been more than 2 months old.
They were cute. I will be.
What
saying
were we
hello to
saying?
them.
Oh, I'm wearing jeans because it's cold in the arena when I get here at 4 o'clock and there's nobody else here.
Yeah, it's always 32 degrees, whether it's a hockey game or not. It's great. It's good.
Yeah. So Wizards are they're slated to draft second.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure that they're going to draft second tonight, or is there anything you're hearing rumbling-wise around the league that maybe Winger and Dawkins are pulling a fast one out of nowhere because they don't talk to anybody?
I am hearing more from the Atlanta side that they would have to be really – what was the word that I think Landry Fields actually said in his availability in New York this week? But they would have to be really wowed. I don't know what the Wizards have to offer that's really going to wow the Atlanta Hawks.
I feel like that's not Michael or Will's style.
I don't
wow.
know. They don't have much wow factor. I do think they are trying to be active, and that's, obviously every team on draft day and whenever these big kind of league milestones happen, every team is trying to make moves, trying to get more picks. It makes sense that they want more picks. That's the most valuable capital that they could possibly get. I think they would take second-round picks. I think they would take first-round picks if they could get good ones. Maybe not for this year, but, down the line. But I think they're pretty locked in at 2, and I think it's going to be Sarr. I think it's a pretty settled thing. It would be. I'll say I would be surprised if Atlanta snatched him up.
What do we think of Sarr then as a fit with the Wizards, short and long term?
Pretty good. Pretty good, short and long term. I love that pick for them. He's really versatile. I don't think they have to worry about. There are some things that people are like, well, can you possibly have too many long wings? Like, is that going to take time away from Bilal? Maybe. Doesn't really matter. They're both going to get a ton of playing time. They're going to use them in different ways. I could see them using Sarr more defensively if they do end up drafting him, but versatility and talent, that's all the Wizards could ask for. They're drafting talent, figure out the position stuff later. And Sarr's got the highest ceiling in the class, so I don't know why they wouldn't want him.
Yeah, I like Sarr a lot. And the more I've watched him, the more I'm like, okay, I get why everybody.
Seems very chill also.
Yeah.
All the reports out of media stuff he's done is very low-key, very just laid back, which is.
But I do think he showed some physicality and some nasty over the last year, developed it kind of, which the Australian League is great for that. The Aussies are pretty physical down there in the NBL. So he was in overtime elite. He goes to the NBL. I think that's interesting. The positional stuff I think is fascinating too, because then it gets to kind of the second order questions of who's still here by the end of the night tonight, by the end of July, by the end of the trade deadline and onward and into the next summer. Because I do think long term, you got one too many guys if you have Sarr, Denny, Bilal, and Kyle. Mm-hmm. Kyle seems like the most likely trade candidate. Do we believe the smoke that's coming out of Sacramento, or do we think that's still something that's longer in the future?
I think that's something that's longer in the future. I don't expect right now, what I'm hearing is I'm not expecting the Wizards to be super active as in free agency and kind of later this summer. There's always going to be smoke around Kyle Kuzma, and that's credit to him. He's a good player, but he's long, he can shoot, he's active. He's got like the kind of core tenets that any NBA team is going to be like, yeah, I could find a way to use that guy. I think so. Kyle Kuzma is he's a blue chip that they have. I think it would be weird for them to move him now if they weren't going to move him at the trade deadline. So I do kind of take those rumors coming out of Sacramento with a little grain of salt, and they've been interested in him in forever. But you know, so have a ton of
You just
teams,
keep telling
right?
enough press members, then eventually the other GM does the trade that you want. That's how it works, right?
Well, you get him on your podcast, and you actually tell them that we really want you. It's a recruiting thing. It's not tampering. It's recruiting. Ask the Knicks, but. No, I mean, I think it's not that I don't believe Sacramento. Like, I do think Sacramento is interested in Kuz, and like, why wouldn't they be? But I don't know that the timing is right. I'm not saying never. I'm saying I would be surprised right now if he went this summer.
Speaking of the Knicks deal that happened last night.
So fun.
Ava Wallace, Washington Post, is with us here on the Hoffman Show.
Covered a lot of Big East hoops in 2018, I did. So
Yeah, so you're very familiar with all the parts. Look, Mikal Bridges is awesome.
He's so fun.
How is he worth 5 first-round picks?
That was really, really crazy. Remember what they red Brunson for? Like, considering just like the calculus.
They just signed him in free agency. That's nice.
So they have all these picks. I thought Fred Katz, who used to cover the Wizards, had a really good thought last night. That's not a team that's acting like it's going to need picks when it loses OG Anunoby. That's a team that's acting like it's going to keep OG Anunoby. I think the Knicks are coming back next year really strong. Hopefully Tibbs figures out a way to like not play everyone for 40 minutes a night so they can actually last to the finals and not just be broken skeletons by the time they get to June. I love it. I think it's really fun. I think we're underestimating how insane it is that 4 guys who went to college together, 3 guys who won a title together are on an NBA team.
By the way,
I know everyone talks about it. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's an amazing clip, and it's old first take, and which means I absolutely did not hit play. I just saw the summary of it, so I don't know whether it was Skip or Stephen A. saying this Villanova team doesn't have a pro on it.
Oh, really?
And
that's
now there's
great.
4. I hope it was Stephen A. because then they're on the Knicks, and that's his team, as we all know.
I hope the Knicks find a way to like incorporate that into their pregame next year or something. I mean, that's too much Villanova, but that's very funny. My question: when does ESPN get Jay Wright to come call some of these games to come on the pregame shows?
There seems to be a spot calling the NBA Finals available that they didn't want to get because someone might have left and gone into coaching.
Right.
Whoopsie daisies. No, I do think that the return though is where I am so caught up in this is we've seen the Paul George trade, the Durant trade, Harden, etc. These trades don't work. Yeah. Like because the only way to say like it was successful is you win a title. Mm-hmm. And if you're the Knicks, I still don't know that if you have one of the top like 8 guys in the league. I know Brunson's really pushing it, and I have to like get over what the ceilings that we all put on Jalen Brunson and what a guard his size can be because oh my God, he's so good.
Yeah.
But like that's the thing that I just can't get over is the return, and then watching some of these teams. Then on the same night, you have Brooklyn trading with Houston to undo part of the James Harden trade.
Right.
And Houston's trying to get the Phoenix pick so Phoenix can undo the Kevin Durant trade in some theoretical trade.
Or possibly trade Devin. But like
the
series of
I guess what I just don't understand is like what is the market right now in the NBA, and are teams just making it up as they go? And to that maybe if you're Will Dawkins and you come out of the Sam Presti school, like is that actually an opportunity?
Yeah. That's a really good question, and I think that it was such a specific thing that clearly Houston was trying to do that that might not be a good barometer for where the rest of the league is, and I would have to take another look at like the top free agents this year and everything like that. But it does feel a little bit less settled than usual. I don't know if that's because the team that won the title was expected to win the title all year, so there wasn't really that much drama, so there's not really going to be that much crazy movement compared to maybe 2 years ago. But yeah, I don't know that felt like such a specific teams working together to get some stuff done that I don't know if it sets the market. But yeah, that haul that they sent away for Bridges. I know Mikal Bridges is really talented.
He's excellent.
But good Lord,
well,
that is a
if I'm Will
large dowry.
And Sacramento calls and is like, we'll give you 13 for Kuzma, I'm like, and 2 other firsts?
Right.
Like, did you see what happened last night? And that's the thing is it just feels so wildly outside. And I mean, Paul George is great. I think I guess that would be another question. Like, who was better, Paul George in 2019 when he got traded to LA? And I know that one was complicated by if they didn't trade for PG, Kawhi wasn't going to the Clippers. But, like, who was a better player, Paul George in Oklahoma City or Mikal Bridges in Brooklyn? Because Paul George went for 7 first-rounders. And I guess if you're doing that math, it's right. But would the Clippers do that trade again? And it was 7 first-rounders with SGA.
That's the thing, is it's like when you get so specific like that, like you said, where, okay, you know that Kawhi's not coming unless PG comes, it's a little bit different and it's wonky. And, like, maybe it sets the market. Maybe it sets the market kind of in an insane way, which I don't think. I don't know. Everyone calm down.
Yeah, everyone calm down. We're just trying to have a draft here.
It's early.
Do you think we get, like, is there a big – is the Bridges move the biggest one that happens around the draft, or do you think something else happens tonight?
I don't know how feisty teams are considering the draft class to, like, make big moves, and except for teams like the Wizards who are like, we need talent. I don't know if they specifically need them this year, but there aren't a ton of teams. There aren't, like, a ton of difference makers right away, right? That's what the thing everyone's saying. Like, there's talent, but there's not a ton of, like, showstoppers. So I don't know how dramatic it's going to be. I was actually pretty surprised with how everyone I've talked to around the league is pretty locked in on what the Wizards are going to do, and everyone kind of seems to agree, which of course means they're going to do the exact opposite.
Well, I was going to say,
it would be great for me on deadline.
Last thing for you, does that mean that they're right, or is this like, people are just saying, oh, Sarr's the best player, he's not going to Atlanta, it seems, so he's going to wind up there? Because, like, if I told you that, hey, what are we at? We're at 6 o'clock. 2.5 hours from now, Steph Castle's a Wizard. Would you be surprised?
No, because of the unpredictable. Like, this is all happening in the backdrop of this is such an unpredictable class. You can find gold somewhere here. I do think it is more that people so don't know what's going to go on that, like, someone started saying, oh, this guy's the consensus second pick. And so, yeah, that makes sense. Let's keep going with that. I think it's a lot of that, which does happen with NBA media circles and NBA, like, people who are talking and, telling the media all the things that we repeat. But I just don't think there's that much pressure on this draft is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I think you're going to be able to find gold nuggets everywhere, and if not, like, you're going to develop some really good talent in 5 years, which perfectly aligns with the Wizards' timeline. I think this is a good draft for them, honestly.
No, I'm excited to see what they do. Also, the most valuable thing teams can acquire tonight is probably draft picks in next year's draft, where there's like 5 or 6 guys that probably go 1 in this draft.
Yeah, I think the Wizards are not sweating stuff because what's the thing that everyone's saying? They're trying to capture the flag next year.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, that's a thing. It's
good.
It's pretty
actually
good, right?
pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
It sounds like a hokey radio bit, but that's actually not bad, unlike most hokey radio bits. Ava Wallace, everybody, read her work at WashingtonPost.com/sports. And if you like tennis, you're definitely going to want to read her work because she's going to Wimbledon.
Olympics.
And I'm not jealous. Are you going to be in Paris?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so we're going. I'm not going as a media person, but like my wife and I.
You're going for fun? Wait, that's so much better. That's awesome.
We can go like have a croissant.
Do you have air conditioning where you're staying?
Yeah, we're staying at a hotel.
Huge.
We looked at some Airbnbs and we're like, these are small and not air conditioned.
Yeah.
How much are those hotels? Oh, the hotels are cheaper? Sick.
Were they cheaper, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
because
everyone made bank on their house, like just getting out of Paris and putting their house on Airbnb. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll see you there. And you know what? Bilal Coulibaly might be there, too.
That's true.
Wouldn't that be fun?
That's true. It would be
do
fun.
A little round table.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know if my wife's going to be up for me doing content in Paris, but
she definitely will. She's in on the round table.
Okay.
Hello.
I mean, her sports takes, those are spicy. When we get back, I don't know. There's a chance that some Wizards alumni shows up because we're now in that portion of the program. The Hoffman Show, we're live on the Team 980. It is the final hour of the Hoffman Show here on the Team 980, but it is far from our final hour from Capital One Arena. The Wizards draft party tonight. It is live and in full force with the doors opening at 6:30. There are a ton of things happening around. You got promotions of all different kinds. Got some. I think I see a signed jersey over there that's going to be auctioned off. I know we've got a bunch of Wizards alums rolling around. Jason Smith joined us earlier on in the show. So there is a ton happening here at Capital One Arena. Wizards.com has your link for the draft party ticket. It is free. You do have to just claim one before you come. So if you're just rolling around town, you're like, hey, that actually sounds kind of fun. The website works on your cell phone. You probably have a smartphone, so you can go ahead and click over to Wizards.com and claim your ticket. There's definitely a chance that Harvey Grant's going to come over here in a few minutes, and as I see him rolling around with Jason over there. So we're also scheduled at some point today to be joined, or in the next hour, I should say, to be joined by Aaliyah Edwards of the Washington Mystics. So that'll be really fun as well. Always great to chat with Aaliyah. Be her third time on the show already this season. So they say the grind of being a WNBA rookie. It's tough. Man, you got to deal with me 3 times in the first third of your season. And if that wasn't enough star power, Scott Abraham's here.
Love that as well, man.
Hey, Scott. How are you? Excellent. I know. Scott and I are playing a game of how many different places can we see each other in like a week and a half stretch. We've seen each other in Ashburn. We were at the Spirit press conference yesterday. Now we're here. So we're just sportsmen doing sports ball stuff.
Are you going to see him tomorrow as well?
What's tomorrow?
I don't know. Oh, day 2 of the draft?
No.
Okay.
I'm in the same building as you tomorrow, sir.
Well, I won't be here tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. You're not there tomorrow.
I am not.
Oh no.
But
I don't know if he's doing Mystics Aces on Sunday. Maybe I'll see him there.
Is that Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday, I mean.
You're going to be there too?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be there. I
got to say this quietly because of where I am, but you know what section I'm going to be in.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'll be in the Aces family section.
Yes, sir.
That's how that goes. I did almost so I don't know if you saw this. We'll get back to the draft here in just a moment. Kind of reset up the night where everything stands. Wizards will give you kind of the draft order for those of you that are locking in. But Adidas put out that exclusive shirt, like the brand with 3 rings shirt for Candace Parker, Chelsea Gray, and Alicia Clark.
Mm-hmm.
Not available for sale. 2 of them showed up at the Hoffman house yesterday. What's up? What's happening? I did think about wearing that tonight, but I've gotten so many compliments on my shirt.
Yeah, you have.
Ava was loving it. You're loving it. What can I say? Popular dude with this short sleeve shirt on.
Are you gonna wear it again Saturday?
No, I will probably wear the brand with 3 rings shirt on Saturday. Oh, come on.
I'm jealous. Well, you'll be sporting some nice merch. I'm hoping I'm courtside. I don't know, man.
Courtside would be okay.
I have not been courtside all season. I have not been courtside all season.
You got a good hookup. I don't think your hookup's getting you courtside on Saturday. That game's been sold out for months.
Yeah, but I don't know how he does it. He works. You
need a no-show. You're a seat filler, bro. But that's a good seat to fill. The real question is, what about Saturday night for you?
We're still locked in. 7:30. I'm there.
Okay.
I have a long day Saturday, Craig.
Okay, so even though you haven't officially been invited back yet, that is something that we're going to try to do.
We still do have to do that.
That is, I do believe we're going to have a Spirit player on tomorrow or Friday, and that we will officially let them decide whether or not you're allowed back in the building.
Okay, so it's tentative right now.
So it is tentative right now. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break, come back, and we're going to get you set for the NBA draft tonight, 45 minutes ahead of our show ending. Linnell just walked up, so he's here and ready to go for the draft show starting at 7 o'clock tonight. I'll be with him all the way through the Wizards pick at number 2. But you want to know about Zachary Risarche. You want to know about Alex Sarr. You want to know about what else is happening. What are some of the hot stories to follow in tonight's NBA draft? That we will get you set for next here on the Team 980. All right, it's off the show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. And we have breaking NBA news. Non-Wizards adjacent, but maybe Wizards adjacent eventually. The New York Knicks have, who, if you missed it last night, they traded 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. So they are all in. And they just went even farther in. Free agent OG Anunoby, or soon-to-be free agent OG Anunoby, is not going to become a free agent. He's signing a 5-year, $212 million contract. $212.5 million. I don't want to forget the $500,000 because that's $500,000, and that's not an insignificant amount of money. 5 years, $212.5 to return to the Knicks. Deal will include a player option and a trade kicker, which means it's harder to deal him. Oh my God, that is a lot of money for OG Anunoby after giving up a lot of freaking draft picks, Anthony, for Mikal Bridges. There is being all in, and then there is what the Knicks are right now, which is all in or bust, because they are all in without a safety net. They are all in, and if the Knicks don't win a title and thus get to claim this as a success, they're going to stink afterwards because all their dudes are the same age. They'll have to try to flip some, but they're not going to have, like, their max values are right now. They'll be out of age in terms of prime to get a good return, and they don't have any other draft picks. I get going all in, and I guess if you're going to go all in, go all the way in. And, buddy, the Knicks are all the way the bleep in.
I think it's you're I think it's an understatement, man. They have mortgaged everything.
They are leveraged to the hilt.
Man, they have taken everything, every nail, every statue. They're throwing everything in the middle of the table. And hey, if they believe in Tibbs, because Tibbs understands, I guess, like, what it takes to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. He knows what it takes, and I guess he's putting his trust in this core group of guys. I guess at 5 now. You got the 4 Villanova guys. You got OG, and then you got to see where the other chips fall. But you can find some pieces to plug and play around this core group right here. I like what they're necessarily building, but from a asset allocation, I don't know if I really like it.
Their assets are allocated.
I don't know if I really like it.
I mean, it just is something where you are, like, I can't remember a team being more all in. We're just like all your cap space, all your everything. And this is the thing, is like with this deal now, because assuming you have to re-sign Bridges into, like, if you're trying to make a 5-year run of it, right? Randall comes off the books in 2 years. He's got $28 million this year, $30 million next year, and I do think he's going to ultimately be the odd guy out, which also makes sense. He's 30 years old. The rest of these guys are 28, 29. Bridges is younger. He's 26. No, sorry, he's 27. Actually, no, sorry, Bridges is already 28. Jesus. Brunson is 24 this year, 24-6 next year. And then he's going to be a $300 million player in 26-27, but do you want to sign him to that contract at age 30? Bridges is 28 now. He's 23 this year, 24 next year. And by the way, there's no chance Brunson opts in after this year. Brunson actually is 24-6 this year and a player option next year for 24-9. That's not happening. Brunson's going to get way more than that. He'll get maxed out. Josh Hart is 18 this year, 19 next year, 20 the year after, so at least he's good. Technically, they could get out of Randall after this year. If Randall opts out, he's got a $30 million player option. And then you get to, like, Mitchell Robinson and Dante DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo's actually in for cheap for a while. He's got 11, 11-9, and 12-5 the next couple of years. But they need, like, Miles McBride and some of these other younger guys to come in and play really well. Do they re-sign like an Alec Burks because it allows them to go over the cap? But here's the thing, right? So they're gonna be pushing the cap situation here towards the upper limits, and the first, like, you start hitting these aprons that are in now. basically you can go above the max to re-sign your guys, but it comes with a much more significant cost, not just luxury tax, but true team-building restrictions. Man. And then, you have a 2-3 year window, let's say, where they do compete for the East every single year. Maybe they win a title. Okay, you win a title, who cares? Who cares? You don't win a title, and then you have none of your picks. And by the way, all of them picks when you could be really bad are not just not yours. They're not going to Sacramento or somewhere. No. They're going across town to Brooklyn. Oh, my God, they better be right on this. And the thing is, I guess these pieces all fit together. They have a bunch of wings. They have a bunch of guys that can handle the ball, create shots. They definitely need a big. Giving up Mitchell Robinson feels like it really hurts them. Isaiah Hartenstein's good, but man. They are walking a extraordinary, Empire State Building across to the Chrysler Building level of tightrope across what the Knicks are trying to do right now.
Is this just desperation from a Knicks fan base that sort of kind of sees the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're just full-fledged, ready to run through whatever it takes?
I think when you look at the contract table, there is enough logic to this that I don't think it's remotely indefensible.
Okay.
One, Tibbs is the most all-in coach that's ever been, right? Tibbs plays his dudes a million minutes. Someone's got to rein in Tibbs in the regular season and just be like, look, bro, if you get us to the playoffs, we don't need to win 60 games in the regular season. These guys have chemistry. Maybe that's hey, let's get all the Villanova guys together. That way Tibbs can be convinced they know how to play together and we don't need to play 1,000 minutes in the regular season, right? So that's part one. Part two is these guys are all in their prime. And so if you can get to the playoffs with Randall healthy, DiVincenzo healthy, Brunson on down the list, and now OG back. The reason we're talking about this is the Knicks just signed OG Anunoby to a 5-year, $212 million deal. Then you've got a shot. And again, if you win it, great. And I think you also rely on the fact that you're the Knicks. And if you win, people will want to play there. There's nowhere that's like the Garden. And in a couple of years, when Randall's off the books, etc., do you have enough money to potentially sign somewhere else or make a trade and absorb some stuff? So I don't think it's indefensible. And there is a little bit of wiggle room at the end. But damn, they are all in. They are way, way, way leveraged here in a way that is kind of actually impressive because teams. Here's what I will also say about what Leon Rose and the Knicks front office has done on a positive side, right, to give them the compliment. Teams don't take this kind of risk, and I think it costs them. What does it really take to win a title? You have to be willing to be all in. I guess the criticism I would have, or the question more than a criticism, is did they have to be to get the same team? Did you have to give up 5 first-rounders for Mikal Bridges? Did you have to give OG the full 5-year max? Maybe. But that's the part I don't know. And that's where I think a lot of teams, I wonder, if they were to go 100% in instead of 110%, if you will, how different does it look? That's my question. And I don't have a good answer. But maybe tomorrow we can get a Howard Beck or someone who covers the league and is better read in on the markets here to talk about it with us.
So right now I'm looking at the top free agent centers for
free
this
agent
upcoming.
For the Knicks? With what money?
That's what I'm about to ask you, just because, again, they're losing out on Isaiah Hartenstein.
Well, they can re-sign their own guys. That's the thing. You can go over the cap to re-sign your own guys. You can't go over the cap to re-sign other players or to sign other players.
So they can retain, I guess, a Precious Achiuwa, maybe Hartenstein on a 1 year.
They definitely want to try to re-sign Hartenstein.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. And if I'm them, I'm trying to re-sign Shake Milton for a low money deal because he's a real NBA player.
Yeah.
Is Jericho Sims any good? They've got a club option on him for $2 million, and he's tall.
They're gonna need all the tall people they they can
But,
take,
like,
man.
Brunson's extension eligible. Bridges is extension eligible. Like, do they go ahead and just knock that out?
They got some tough decisions to make. I think the Brunson one will probably be a little bit more present just because his value is only going to go up. He just made the All-NBA third team this year. So if he does it again, like, he's only upping his value. If he becomes an All-Star, he's only adding to his value. So I would suggest to them to get that one done sooner rather than later. Mikal Bridges, I think they can wait on. I think he's going to be a perfect role player for him, a guy that can come in and hit some shots. Because I think that's ultimately what they needed. They needed more three-point shooting, more consistent three-point shooting. I think he's going to be able to offer them that.
Fred Katz of The Athletic, who now covers the Knicks, you might know him because he used to cover the Wizards, says if the Knicks start Anunoby at his lowest possible starting salary to save room under the hard cap next year, 5 years, 212, looks like 36-6, 39-6, 42-5, 45-4, 48-3. The other part of this that I think is worth giving the Knicks some credit for is what's the new media deal look like and when does that kick in? Because if there's a huge influx in cash and they're counting on a jump in the cap, maybe a couple of years from now paying OG Anunoby $48 million in his age 33 season, it's going to hurt, but maybe actually doesn't hurt that much. So this actually, when you look at the cap table, I will say this, it seems more thought out than it is on paper, but they are definitely threading a needle, but you have to thread a needle to win a title. So I actually, in a weird, like, I have a odd amount of respect for the Knicks just throwing it all on the table, being like, here we are, baby. Let's see what we got. I hope Tibbs doesn't play everybody 1,000 minutes. Anyway, it's the Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. And coming up, Aaliyah Edwards, the Washington Mystics, stops by. But unless Aaliyah shows up next, we will discuss the NBA draft and everything that is you need to know just a half hour from our draft show beginning here on the Team 980. Hoffman Show. We're on the Team 980. We're always live as well on the free Odyssey app. We're streaming live on YouTube at the Team 980 from Capital One Arena, where the doors are officially open on the Wizards 2024 draft party. And I will say this, Anthony, as I'm sitting between two of those doors where hundreds, if not thousands of people are filing in by the second here. If we were not supposed to have excitement about this draft, someone forgot to tell all these people. This is instantaneous madhouse. They must have had lines out the door.
Hold on, Ken. People just said anywhere you had to actually buy seats.
I don't think you buy a seat because it's a free ticket. But you can go to WashingtonWizards.com, I believe, and still claim one of those free tickets and then come on down. Of course, our draft show starts officially at 7 o'clock with Linnell Willingham taking the keys of the car, if you will. I will simply ride shotgun through the Wizards' second pick. I think Kevin Sheehan's going to join the show. Danny, I think, is going to pop back on. Wizards alumni and legends popping in throughout the night, so it should be a lot of fun. Also, I do think Aaliyah Edwards is making her way up here for the end of our show, so hopefully we have Aaliyah stop by. But really, really cool atmosphere. DJ Jealousy's jamming in the background. You may hear that. So we're going to talk draft here, but just setting the scene as the doors are open. And, yeah, people are pumped. Wizards, second overall pick tonight. Here's the latest of what we know, Anthony. Of course, the biggest news in the last 24 hours in the NBA is now a pair of moves that the Knicks made. Mikal Bridges acquired by the Knicks from the Nets. That shouldn't have too much implications on this draft. They also just re-signed OG Anunoby to a max deal, 5 years, $212.5 million. That also should not have that much of an impact on the draft tonight. One that could is Houston and Brooklyn swapping picks. It's a pure pick swap. Houston returns some of the Brooklyn picks that they acquired in the James Harden trade. That allows Brooklyn to basically tank. The next two drafts are loaded. So now they have their picks back, and they can be terrible and feel good about it. Meanwhile, Houston is trying to do some kind of deal with the Phoenix Suns for either Kevin Durant or Devin Booker, and now they have the pick swaps that Brooklyn had in the Durant deal in their arsenal in Houston. So if Houston wants their picks back, which allows them to make some trades, if Phoenix wants their picks back and wants to hit the reset button, then they can make a trade with Houston. So we'll see. Suns owner Matt Ishbia sent out a weirdo tweet a little bit ago, basically saying, like, we love Kevin Durant loves us. So we'll see what the Suns and the Rockets do. As for the draft order tonight, looks a little something like this. The Atlanta Hawks have the first overall pick. We expect them to take Zachary Rissache, the 19-year-old from France. Really excellent wing player, a lot of defensive versatility, good shooter. Doesn't have a lot of creativity in terms of shot creation to his game, but there are some draft analysts, including Yahoo's Kristen Peak, who was on our show yesterday, who say that could be developed. That leaves the Wizards at number 2 with their pick of everybody but Rissache. Alex Sarr is the number 1 prospect that is being linked to Washington, although everyone says that and then goes, we don't actually know if that's who they want because the Wizards don't actually leak out any information. But Sarr, 7'1", played a couple years here in the States at Overtime Elite. He's originally from France, like Rissache, like Bilal Coulibaly, but then played last year in the NBL in Australia, their top league in Australia. So really, really interesting prospect. Some comparisons to Evan Mobley, the mobile, long, rangy defensive ace for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jaren Jackson III is another guy you hear thrown around as a comparison for Alex Sarr. So that is who the Wizards seem to be looking at. Another big, versatile wing / can probably grow into being a true 5, a center at 7'1", with the number 2 pick. Good so far, Anthony. Are we clear on all the moving pieces?
I think you're doing a fantastic job breaking it down for everybody that's just joining, and yeah.
All right, this is where things get interesting. The Houston Rockets have the 3rd pick. The Rockets are kind of they're not in win now, but they're in win soon mode. which affects the kind of player they might take, right? Because they have a bunch of high upside guys, right? They have Jalen Green. They have Alperen Sengun. They have a bunch of guys that are future all-stars. They can take a more superstar role player type of guy, which is why a lot of people are mocking them. Reed Sheppard, the guard out of Kentucky, because they're looking more for fit than they are for let's take a big swing. Sheppard's the best shooter in the draft. Insanely efficient at Kentucky, just pure stroke shooter, but he's small. He's 6'2". He does have great vertical measurements, and he kind of played that way at Kentucky. His block and steal numbers were pretty good for a guy his size. They were nuts, but generally speaking, they were pretty good for a guard, period. But I think the big question for him on the defensive side is, are you going to get picked on as just a smaller guy, and can you reproduce that production when everyone around you is that much bigger? That's the big question with Reed Sheppard, but Houston an interesting spot potentially for trades, because if they can trade that third pick for a vet and be more competitive because Ime Udoka wants to win right now as the head coach, that is something that's in play for Houston at 3. Let's get through the rest of at least the top 5 here. San Antonio's maybe the most interesting team in this draft, Anthony, because they have 2 things that nobody else has. Kind of 3 things. A 1A and a 1B and a 1 Wembanyama.
Yes.
Really, that's the most important thing. We're going to call it Wembanyama and 2A and 2B, right? They have the generational superstar. They don't need to take now they could if they wind up with 2. Hey, that would be sick. So there's a lot of talk that they like Reese O'Shea. And would they be willing to trade up to try to go to the Hawks and get him? And they also have, I guess I should add at number 3, they have, because of the DeJounte Murray trade, some of the Hawks picks. So the Hawks, stuck in no man's land, do they want to trade out of 1 to San Antonio, give up the chance to draft Reese O'Shea, get some of their picks back, and then embrace a full tankathon, trade Trae Young if they can, trade DeJounte Murray if they can, and just stink and hope that now that they've got their picks back, they can get their generational superstar next year. Meanwhile, the Spurs are looking for people to pair with Wembanyama, and they're in a more similar space to like where Houston is, because let's say you want Reed Sheppard, the best shooter in the draft, and you know he's a defensive liability, or any of the other really skilled, Rob Dillingham, for instance, maybe more with a pick we'll talk about in a second. They've got number 8 as well, a guy who's got some defensive limitations because of his size. If you have Victor Wembanyama, it doesn't matter. He's 11 feet tall and has a 28-foot wingspan and erases everything. He's one of the 5 best defensive players in the NBA right now. He could have easily won Defensive Player of the Year as a rookie. So that gives San Antonio flexibility to take swings at other teams that need to be a little bit more solid, like the Wizards, don't necessarily have the luxury to take, because those players need some coverage to round out their games and develop, and the Wizards don't. Well, they have a lot of great things from a development environment. They don't have that backbone that San Antonio has. Now, the last piece of the Spurs puzzle here is they have 4 and 8. So on top of having the Hawks picks, on top of having the 4th pick, they also have number 8, which gives them a ton of mobility in this draft. And then last but not least, in the top 5, Detroit has the 5th pick. They obviously are in the middle of another rebuild somehow. They got Cade Cunningham, who everyone thinks is supposed to be awesome, a couple years ago, and they are waiting for him to blossom. There's still a lot of people that are super high on Cade Cunningham, and he's shown a lot of flashes. But he's got to stay healthy. They fire Monty Williams. They bring in Trajan Langdon to run the front office. Troy Weaver, their former GM, by the way, added this week as another piece of the Wizards front office. So the Wizards just keep collecting former GMs as in lower scouting roles, which seems like a smart thing to do. But they've got ESPN as Matas Buzelis here, who's with G League Ignite last year, another big wing player. But you could see Cody Williams from Colorado, Rob Dillingham, who I mentioned from Kentucky, Donovan Clingan could be in the mix here. So the Pistons also have some guys that they could potentially trade out. They've been apparently poking around Kyle Kuzma forever. So definitely a lot to keep track of. But that's how the top 5 shakes up tonight. You'll hear every pick right here on the Team 980. Linnell Willingham anchoring our coverage coming up starting about 18 minutes from right now. We will continue to get you set for the draft, go through the rest of the top 10, or Aaliyah Edwards from the Mystics will join us next. Our show is technically wrapping up, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to sit in with Linnell for the first hour and a half or so of our draft show, so don't go anywhere. You are where you need to be. I will say if you are driving home right now, we are live on YouTube at the Team 980, and the YouTube stream is going to continue on as well through until I leave, so at least through the second pick. It's my camera, so eventually, as much as I would love to leave it with Linnell, I gotta take my laptop and my camera and go home. But Aaliyah Edwards still to come. Wizards legends still to come. We'll take your calls after the pick, so lots still to come. Don't go anywhere. The Wizards draft show, we're basically live with it. It's the Hoffman Show on the Team 980. All right, the Hoffman Show is officially wrapping up, but we are going nowhere here on the Team 980, live on the Odyssey app and on YouTube at the Team 980 as well. Linnell Willingham will hop in here in just a moment, and our NBA Draft Show will officially begin. But we are at the Wizards Draft Party at Capital One Arena. There are apparently whatever is right next to me. Mellow Chris, what is happening next to us? This is a very, very popular
That
booth.
is the Monumental booth, and I think they've got a lot of goodies like T-shirts and stuff they're giving away.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
They gave me a T-shirt, so we got those at least. I know.
Well, then they definitely are giving T-shirts away. If we got one. Well, Mellow Chris, you see him walking around town in a nice Monumental Sports T-shirt. Now you know where you got it. Yes, Anthony.
Can I get a shirt?
Anthony wants to know, can he get a shirt?
I'll get him one. What size you want?
Small.
If they have a medium.
Oh, medium. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, are you serious, Craig? You see these games right here, man? You see these? Actually,
Schmedium.
yeah.
Look, your biceps have looked jacked lately. That's not the best shirt for him.
Ooh.
I'm just saying that says something about the shirt, not the biceps. That's the good news.
I think it's because I'm sitting down.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. So like when I stand up, it looks a little bit better.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you can flex later. So the NBA draft is tonight. The Wizards have the second pick. The Wizards also, I apologize for ignoring this. The Wizards also have the 26th pick, which I think is really interesting, Anthony. My draft knowledge on this particular draft is not as good to be able to have a lot of knowledge on these players down the list. There's just too many guys to study this year because this draft is so all over the freaking place. For whatever it's worth, and by the way, this is the pick they got from the Clippers last year in one of the deals they made. There's so many freaking deals. But they've got Jalen Tyson, the wing out of Cal in ESPN's last mock. But you look at, Baylor Shearman goes to Minnesota, the pick after, out of Creighton. Deron Holmes from Dayton. Tyler Kolek out of Marquette, point guard. Who else? Ryan Dunn out of Virginia. Kalel Ware out of Indiana. Kyle Filipowski out of Duke. So there's a lot of guys, Isaiah Collier out of USC, that are in this range that could be gone way before the Wizards are on the clock at 26, or they could very much be on the clock way after the Wizards are on the clock at 26, because there are players that some teams are going to have as like the 18th best player on their board, and they'll be picking again in the 50s, and that guy will still be there because they just had him so much higher than everybody else because of the nature of this draft. And it's just totally unique. I don't know that we've ever seen it quite like this before. Oh, Anthony, I think we got a shirt for you.
Look at that, baby.
We got Monumental Sports.
Shout out to
Game
Heavy
on,
Metal
Mystics
Chris.
Capitals. Yeah, Metal Chris got your shirt.
Yeah, so they ran out of mediums. It's a large, but that's what they got. So
it's better than a small. So
better than a small, although you are going to have to do more bicep curls to fill this one out. I'll bring this to you. I'll leave it for you when you get back on Friday.
Thank you.
But yeah, this draft is weird, bro. It's just, and I think that, I'm excited for it. I want to know what happens, but it sure has made breaking it down hard.
I'm not going to lie. Filipowski does interest me a little bit just because of his ability to stretch the floor, rebound, and he's a dookie as well, so never go wrong with those. Well, you can go wrong with them, but.
Yeah, you certainly can. His teammate Jared McCain, I think, is one of the most interesting guys in this draft.
Yep.
A guy who probably goes late lottery, but I could see him going top 10. I could see him falling in the 20s. Undersized, might struggle on the defensive end. But, we were talking about San Antonio, right? This is the thing about a team like San Antonio. They could look at McCain and go, secondary playmaker, shot maker. We don't care about his defensive liabilities because we pair him with Victor Wembanyama. We take him with the 8th pick. We're money. Is there another team in that range that can do that? No. And, that's the beauty of having the generational superstar, and especially when that superstar is so talented defensively like Wembanyama is. Now, in this ESPN mock, Tinjan Saloon, that's my best French, which we all know is not great, despite my best efforts in studying it. The third French player in this draft, behind Sarr and Richarche, he's mocked at 8 to San Antonio in this particular one, with the Hornets saying Dalton Connect at 6. Saloon apparently is in play for Charlotte at 6, according to Kristen Peak and Yahoo. But, like, could Memphis take with Jaren Jackson Jr.? Could they take McCain? Sure, but I don't know if they need him with John Morant there. Two undersized guards.
You got Marcus Smart. Like, yeah, they got a lot there already.
Oklahoma City, like, that's an interesting spot for him potentially. By the way, ESPN's got Nikola Topic mocked there. Topic is a guy that would have definitely been a top 10 pick if he hadn't torn his ACL in a pre-draft situation. So that is a classic Thunder move. The Kings, like, probably too much defensive liability. The Blazers, like, too much. So all of a sudden, McCain doesn't go 8 to San Antonio, where it absolutely could work, and he winds up falling, and he doesn't go in this mock until 16 to the Sixers, which would be a great fit for him with Joel Embiid behind him. So definitely an interesting night ahead. Ton to talk about, but we do wrap up as many shows as we possibly can, very much including this one, with real things, real people said into real microphones.
Real things.
We're not going to be sucked this year.
Real people.
5 and 11, not very good.
Said into real microphones.
You know, the culture is actually damn good.
Alrighty then. Marcus Smart, key cog on the Celtics for so many years, the heart and soul of that team, traded away in the key trade that helped unlock the title for the Celtics. How did he feel about it? He spoke about it on a podcast earlier in the week.
It's no coincidence that, they reached their goal now.
For sure.
And I'm just so proud of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud to be able to be in the trenches with them, to know those guys, and to be able to go to work with them every day that I had that chance to do. Yeah. I know everybody's expecting me to be up here be salty. But
I know you ain't salty.
I'm not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody's probably
expecting. Let you speak.
There's no hard feelings for them.
Congratulations, fellas.
Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a bittersweet feeling.
Congratulations, boy. God damn.
But it's definitely tough because, like I said, I was in them trenches with them.
For sure, bro.
To be able not to finish what you started with those guys is definitely tough. But man, my wife would tell you I was screaming for those guys when they won it just as much as anybody else because, like I said, I have love for those guys and I know the work that they put in.
You've been through it,
and I've been through
No
it.
doubt. Marcus Smart is classy as they come. I know he had a lot of stuff earlier in his career, but I actually ran into Marcus a few times in Dallas, where he's from. Doesn't surprise me at all. All right, our NBA draft show starts officially in 5 minutes here on the Team 980.
We are live out on the concourse at Capital One Arena for the official 2024 Wizards Draft Party. We're now Willingham alongside Craig Hoffman, bringing you our coverage on behalf of the Team 980. And Craig, our Washington Wizards, so I walked into the media room tonight. Will Dawkins comes in saying hello to everyone. I try to crack a joke. I put a fist to his chest, not literally, pretending to be a microphone saying, Will, who's the pick? He didn't say anything, but he didn't mention that the Wizards were in trade discussions with the Portland Trail Blazers off the top rope here early. According to ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, the Wizards are sending Denny Avdija to the Blazers from Malcolm Brogdon, the 14th overall pick tonight in a 2029 pick. We don't know clarity-wise whether or not that's a first-round pick or a second-round pick.
I'm going to assume it's a
one.
I'm going to assume it's a first-rounder and a Woj character limit.
Yeah, I'm about to say. But Craig, right off of the top here, your instant reaction to that move, it felt like, as you were mentioning, there is a little bit of a logjam for the Wizards in that 3-4 spot. But based off of the way Denny Avdija played post-All-Star break, I viewed him as one of the building blocks of the Wizards moving forward. But obviously, the front office not thinking the same way.
Yeah, I am. It's funny, our colleague Toby Altides was just texting me, and Toby goes, can you make sense of this trade? And I went, I'm going to try to on the radio.
Yeah,
so this is very, very much happening in real time. Apparently there's 2 firsts and 2 seconds. Our YouTube chat, as you can watch, if you're driving home right now, you want to keep watching us, just go to your smart TV, hit YouTube at the Team 980, and we'll be live there. So stories of obviously evolving. I mean, on the most baseline level, I think the Wizards are selling high on Denny Avdija. And I realize that is not a popular opinion, but that was kind of my thing all last year. We talked about this on my show I think Denny is a very, very, very good basketball player. I think he's a great dude. I think he works really hard. But I do think that there is a ceiling there that is lower than people in D.C. want to admit when it comes to his role on a winning team.
Yes.
He's the 4th, 5th best player on a winning team. He's not your 3rd star. And if you accept that, you're on the hunt for those players. And if Will Dawkins looks at this draft and says, I think I can find that guy at 14, then it's a no-brainer.
Right.
Denny's on a good contract. I understand why Portland would want him. Because the thing is, like, they've got their superstar, right? Scoot Henderson's their guy. And so I understand it from Portland's perspective. I think it's worth a flyer. Denny, can he make another leap? But realistically, you know, I don't think Denny on a winning team is like a 20-plus point, 10-rebound guy. He's an 18-8 guy.
Right.
And those guys, I know those are good numbers, but they are a dime a dozen in the NBA.
Especially with his positional
and
size.
so if you can get, let's see, the Blazers are sending their 2nd most favorable of their 2029 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in the deal for Avdija, along with the 14th pick tonight and Malcolm Brogdon. And the other thing is, I think we learned this last year, Linnell, is we saw the Chris Paul trade, and we're all like, what?
Right.
Like, we kind of knew they don't actually have Chris Paul.
Right.
And so is Malcolm Brogdon a piece they look at as a good pairing with Jordan Poole, you know, a little bit more defensive-minded guy who can certainly take some of the shots, take some of the pressure off some of their younger guys, or do they flip him for another pick by the end of the night tonight?
And I think that's the interesting piece of this. When healthy, Malcolm Brogdon has proven himself to be one of the better two-way guards in basketball. He's in the ilk of a Derek White in Boston. They're very similar players, and I think when healthy, there are contending teams that say, hey, he can play that role for my organization. And if you're Washington, that's what you have to bank on. I know we're playing hypothetical here because we don't know the long-term plan. I don't want him here long-term in the backcourt with Jordan Poole.
Sure.
The injury history concerns me, and I just think right now, if you were the Wizards, it is about asset collection, and that ultimately is why this deal was made. If you're just joining us, the Washington Wizards wasting no time with the NBA draft getting ready to start in under an hour. They have already made a significant move. They now have 3 first-round picks, number 2 overall and then number 26 overall, and they just acquired the 14th overall pick from the Portland Trail Blazers in exchange for Denny Avdija. As Craig just mentioned, the second most favorable
So I guess the Trailblazers must have 2 picks in 29.
They have 2 picks in 29. They're
I'm guessing one of them.
highest.
I'm guessing one of those is the Bucks pick, right? So 2029. There's a chance that by 2029, both the Bucks and the Blazers stink. Probably not with the Bucks because Giannis still should be pretty good.
We'll see.
Somehow 2029 is not that far away.
No, it's not. Still think about it.
It is wild, but that's 5 years away, and Giannis will still be probably pretty good. But like Lillard will be long gone by then. We'll see what iteration the Bucks are. The Blazers have a long way to go. Maybe the Blazers are good by then with Scoot Henderson, and we'll see what ultimately happens. But I think the other thing about this is Brogdon is an expiring contract. So Brogdon is 22.5 this year, so you could do the straight player for player. You don't have to do any salary filler. But Brogdon does clear your decks. And I think another thing to think about in the long-term rebuild of the Washington Wizards is eventually they're counting on this as a place that people are going to want to play.
Right.
What they do tonight with these picks, they now have, and remember, they have 26, so do they package 14 and 26 up to go into the top 10 again? Like, do they back out?
It's interesting.
I think what we have to understand about Winger and Dawkins at this point in the process is they value flexibility. They value wiggle room. Now you've taken a guy in Denny who they clearly liked, but I don't know that they loved, and that's me speculating based off the sheer fact that they just traded him. You take a guy that you like but didn't love, you turn his long-term money into 1-year guy in Brogdon. Who cares what that one guy is? And then you have more flexibility moving forward. And that is ultimately a good thing for when you want to start spending some of that money. It also allows you to take on money in trades.
Right.
So if you have to, maybe make a trade and take on a bad contract to get a good player with that, you're a dumping ground now, which is a really valuable place for teams to be that third team even in a trade.
For sure.
As 2 other teams do more pertinent things that winds up getting you an extra first-round pick, especially in the next 2 drafts, which are loaded, even though tonight is not.
It is quite the contrast, right? For years, it felt like the Wizards were giving out bad contracts. Now they're taking them on in order to get draft capital. And I think, as you mentioned, the long-term flexibility financially is what Washington is securing moving forward. The 2 largest guarantees on your roster contractually are Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma. And if you are buying into any of the reporting coming out on those guys, Kyle Kuzma, another guy that may well be on the move tonight. Craig, I want to ask you this. We knew coming into tonight Washington had a little bit of a logjam at that 3-4 spot. Moving Denny Avdija out. We've seen some of the betting odds. I think it's right now at minus 550 for Alex Sarr to be that number 2 overall pick. Do you think moving Denny increases the likelihood that pick is Alex Sarr? Or do you think those are two independent things?
I think that I don't think, Sarr is the more important thing. The pick is the more important thing. Denny Avdija's presence on this team or not is not going to impact who they take. Here's where I think it matters, right? Ultimately, you have to have minutes for these guys.
For sure.
We want to quickly welcome our audience on 106.7 The Fan. Who just joined us, Nats post-game, Craig Hoffman, Linnell Willingham. I'm now doing Linnell's job because he's driving the show, but if I don't keep talking, then I'm going to lose my train of thought. And the train of thought I'm having right now is in response to breaking news that you might not have heard yet if you're just joining us on 106.7 The Fan and haven't checked your phone in the last 5 minutes, which is ahead of tonight's NBA draft. The Washington Wizards have traded Denny Avdija, their 23-year-old star forward, to the Portland Trailblazers. They get 2 first-round picks, 2 seconds, and Malcolm Brogdon in return. But ultimately, where this matters for Alex Sarr is if you don't trade Kuzma and you have Avdija, you have Sarr, and you have Bilal, there just aren't enough minutes to go around to maximize Alex Sarr. If he becomes the most, and he and Bilal become the most important people in the organization, maximizing their development is your number 1 most important thing. And if Denny's around taking minutes from those guys, you can't do that. And so you just signed Denny to the contract. You don't want him to be unhappy with his minutes. You undo the logjam. You create flexibility. I know I'm on Wizards Twitter right now, and people hate it because they love Denny. But I think you have to understand this is a long-term thing, and really getting 2 firsts and 2 seconds for Denny Avdija. Say that out loud. They got 2 firsts and 2 seconds for Denny Avdija.
If I would have told you that,
not a bad deal.
Put it in this perspective. If I told you that a calendar year ago we were out here last year on the concourse, you would have said, well, what did Denny do over the last 12 months to get his value that high? People can be sad about Avdija being moved. I think this is, as you mentioned, what this part of the rebuild is about. They sold high on a guy that they may not have had in their long-term plans. And I think ultimately what they can get at pick number 14. A guy like Kaishan George out of the University of Miami, I think comes in right away at 6'7", gives you that positional size, can defend, lacks a little bit of the athleticism, but you can see the vision for, where they could go the rest of the way tonight. The other thing about this that I wanted to mention is something that you touched on briefly. There have been a bunch of different reports out there before this trade had happened, Craig, that Washington was interested in acquiring a 3rd first-round pick. They now have that 3rd first-round pick. It's now up to Will Dawkins and company to get creative. Can you package 14 in 26? What does that get you? And is there a player that they are coveting within that top 10 that maybe is on no one's radar? Because the thing about this draft, despite all of the conversation about this class being weak, my old adage with it. It is up to the talent evaluators to go out and find the diamond in the rough, and I think Washington, with Will Dawkins running things, has a good one. But there could be someone in that top 10 that Washington may have had as the number 1 player on their board, but they know he's not going to drop, and they now are smiling ear to ear after this deal.
Well, let me throw a couple names at you. Yeah. One that makes a ton of sense is Nikola Topic. He is 18 years old, played in the Adriatic League last year. He would probably be a top 10 pick and was someone whose name was bantied about at number 2 before he tore his ACL early in the draft process.
That's my thing.
Right? But we know how to fix ACLs. It's 2024.
For sure.
So if you are a team like the Wizards and you have a long-term view of your organization, you don't care if he plays this year. So
and I understand that perspective, but I'm going to speak for the fan for a second. We're already going through a pretty miserable rebuild, which are gutting this team in real time.
Hi, Will Dawkins here. If I win you a championship in 5 years, do you care?
Am I going to be around in 5 years, Mr. Will?
You'll come back.
If you're here now, right, you'll be back.
But if you've lived through Wizard basketball,
you know me and you have.
I mean, forget our lifetimes.
Right.
Since 1979.
Yes.
They haven't won 50 games since 1979. You can wait a couple more years. And if Nikola Topic is a top 3 talent in this draft, and you get 2 of the 3 best players because one of them tore their ACL, hell yeah, that's a good use of the 14th pick, or trading up to 10 or whatever. And the other one you have to mention, and this would be a trade up, is Tinjan Saloon, because he's the 3rd French guy. Well, so clearly we're just collecting French guys.
And if that's the case, then that is the case. More on him, though, I was watching some stuff on him last night in terms of the offensive freedom that he was able to have. The 3-point shooting numbers are not there. I believe he shot about 31% last year in the league that he played in, but the volume is there. It was on 4.5 to 5 attempts per game. So he actually had a little bit more offensive freedom than a Zachary Richichet or than an Alex Sarr. And Richichet obviously gave that freedom toward the end. But I am intrigued by a name like him. But we're just getting started here, live out on the concourse at Capital One Arena. Liddell Willingham alongside Craig Hoffman here at the Washington Wizards official 2024 NBA Draft Party. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will look at what the Wizards can potentially do with that number 2 overall pick. The betting favorite right now to come to Washington at number 2 is Alex Sarr. Me and Craig will give our thoughts on that selection next. This is Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan. broadcasted on our sister station, 106.7 The Fan. Linnell Willingham alongside Craig Hoffman, live out here at Capital One Arena at the site of the 2024 Washington Wizards NBA Draft Party. And we got plenty to party about already if you are a fan of receiving picks. The Washington Wizards active early here, about a half hour before the draft officially gets underway. If you're just joining us, moments into the program, the Washington Wizards pulling the trigger on a deal that sends Denny Avdija to the Portland Trail Blazers in exchange for 2 future first-round picks, as well as Malcolm Brogdon. A couple of seconds being thrown in there as well. We gave our reaction to the pick. I'm still reacting here in real time because Denny was one of my favorite players to watch last year, and I thought amidst all of the losing in the 40-point blowouts by half, Denny was the consistent guy in terms of playing hard each and every night, and he had a career year for the Washington Wizards, but obviously not a part of these long-term plans. The Wizards, though, also have the number 2 overall pick and the number 26 overall pick, and I want to talk about 2 here for...
Hold on. Can I follow up on that for a second, though? Because I just got a tweet that I actually really like, and let me ask you a question, though. Did you like the OG Anunoby extension for the Knicks today?
No.
A lot of money for OG Anunoby,
A lot
right?
of money for OG, and but they're pushing in the chips to try to win now, so I get it.
So, at Commies for Life, because the Commanders have a fantastic way to shorten their nickname, at Commies for Life goes, people also keep bringing up his contract, but the team is going to be terrible for the duration of it. By the time they compete again, he'll be a free agent again. Do you want to give him a 5-year, $250 million contract to be ideally the 4th best player on the team by then? And, if you look at what the Knicks did and you're like, that's what I want. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you keep Denny Avdija for the long run, and in 4 years, when his contract is up, he'll be 27 years old, and you can pay him, it might be 5 years, 310 by then, with the way the cap's going and the new media deal and all that. It's not really about the amount of money, it's about the percentage of the cap. But it's going to be a lot. Because Denny's going to continue to produce for a bad team at a high level, and you're going to have to pay him max money in 4 years, and you will not have done a lot of winning between now and then. Or you can reset the clock with the 14th pick tonight. You clear the decks because you go, the only thing that matters in trades from the money matching is this year. So you go 1 for 1, and you trade Denny's long-term money for Brogdon, who's expiring after this year, who you may be able to flip for another asset.
That's what I think's going to end up happening here. But I think Washington has a little bit of leverage because he is an expiring contract.
For sure.
Going to covet that.
And then in 2029, you get another pick. Cool. Let's see if we can add another cheap guy in 29. Or the other thing is, because someone else tweeted me and was like, well, what do we care about the 2029 pick? Okay, trade that one.
Yeah, if you want to. At this point, it's about asset collection, and I think that is a hard concept for fans to grasp because it's not fun. It's admitting that you're not ready to win right now and that the product that's going to be out on the floor coming up in the fall isn't going to be very good. But I think what you said earlier is super intriguing to me. Now, there are a bunch of different ways they can ultimately go with this thing. But I have to think if you're Will Dawkins, if you're Travis Schlenk, if you're Mike Winger, Troy Weaver now in the mix, and you have the scouting chops that these guys have, no disrespect at all to Denny Avdija. They've got to feel in their heart of hearts that they can 110% get a better prospect at 14 than what Denny Avdija has turned into the last 3 or 4 years.
I mean, it's hard because Denny's so young. That is the part of it that I do struggle with. He is 23 years old. I just saw Tom Haberstroh, my pal, formerly of ESPN, does a bunch of great work. Actually, ironically, including covering the Blazers on TV. He just tweeted out, Denny Avdija is younger than Dalton Connect.
He is.
So, there you go. Yeah. If they draft Dalton Connect tonight, congrats, you've upgraded your shooting, but you've actually gotten older. Well, with that 14th pick, right? I don't think Connect will be there, but that is the kind of wild thing about this. I do think that they I tweeted this last night after the Brooklyn-Houston swap, right? Mm-hmm. So Brooklyn trades with Houston a bunch of picks that allows Houston to have Phoenix's pick swaps. They get their own picks back. And it's just this giant 3D chess game. And I think a lot of fans, and frankly analysts, and I'm someone who follows the NBA at a pretty intense level and understands a lot of this CBA stuff. I actually wonder if the NBA has a problem now. This stuff's become so complicated, it's impossible to follow. The 3D chess that these front offices are playing right now, you see it come together for like Boston, who started 10 years ago.
Right.
Like the Celtics title that they just won started with the Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce trade to the Brooklyn Nets in 2013. 2013.
Yeah.
And it paid off in a title in 2024. So you just have to have, and everyone would say that they did a great job building it.
For sure.
Right? And they got lucky.
Exactly.
With some of the way the Brooklyn's picks fell in the lotteries and the whole deal. Philadelphia self-owning, trading out of drafting Jason Tatum to draft Markelle Fultz. Like, there's a lot of stuff that had to go right for Boston to get one. And I think you just have to kind of stop looking at these deals in a vacuum. Like,
because people are upset about the deal. That's the overall consensus.
Of course. Denny's popular. He's good. He's ascending. But I also think he's... I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. Denny Avdija by Wizards fans is overrated.
Well, yeah.
Like, now it sounds like a hot... That's like the most hot take sports radio thing I feel like it's ever come out of my mouth. But it's true.
No,
Denny Avdija is overrated by Wizards fans because he's the best guy that was here, right, in certain things. But Denny Avdija, like, oh, he'll guard Giannis. Yeah, you see what Giannis did to this team the last couple of years?
Exactly.
He dropped 50. How many guys have to drop 50 on you before you go, maybe you're not an elite perimeter defender?
Yeah.
And I understand he's ascending, but, like, at the end of the day, they got a guy that they are selling high on, they think they can improve on, and I think they're right.
And the point that you made about the contract and Commies for Life made about the contract moving forward, like, based on how high we all are on Denny, more times than not, it's going to play out that way to where when the Wizards are good, Denny's going to be worth $250 million, and then your books are going to be all screwed up because he's going to be the fourth best player on your team.
And at that point, you're going to want to actually bring in free agents.
Exactly.
They're going to want to come here, and you're not going to have any room to sign him. And so, like, it is an asset management game that is a multi-year cap sheet, and they have hired a lot of people whose job it is to understand that, to play the 3D chess on the long term, and to just be like, I'm sad the Wizards traded my favorite player. Like, I'm sorry.
Look, as I was saying all football draft season, in reference to Adam Peters and the Commanders' new front office, what the Wizards have assembled here, you can tell me if you agree or not, they're, to me, a top 5 to 7 front office right now in the NBA based off of track records of the guys that they have in-house. We are at the mercy of the evaluator. Whatever they say goes, and I'm on board with it because their track record in their previous destinations and how they've handled their first 12 months on the job here should show you that, hey, you got to trust these guys.
For sure. But let's not play dumb here, right? Denny's contract is amazing. Not only is it 4 years. Thank you. Someone said they love us, Linnell. 4 years descending money.
Yeah.
Right? So by 2027-28, when Denny's 27 years old, he's going to be making $11 million. That's stealing.
It is.
That's stealing.
In today's cap era, it is, especially considering what Denny brings to the floor. He ain't no scrub. We're not confusing him with that. He's an ascending player. And I think, as you continue to mention, the Wizards sold high. And it's refreshing from my vantage point because for once, they're moving with some sort of foresight looking into the future instead of being in win-now mode trying to contend with a bad roster. Like, that's what it's been before Mike Winger, Will Dawkins, and company came in. So I'm all on board with it. I'm super excited, though, to see what happens next because there are a slew of reports that, lead you to believe that Washington is trying to move back up into the top 10. And what fascinates me about that is we don't know who the hell they could be targeting in the top 10. You talk to folks in NBA circles, the talent range from 10 to 25, you get the same type of player. So let Will Dawkins, Mike Winger, and the Wiz Vengers, as I'm calling them, cook, because they're going to end up with a really good player tonight, one way or another.
No, and I think that's 100% correct. And you now get guys on the same contract timeline.
Right.
And
that's a part of it that, like, I wasn't even thinking about in terms of just being from the fans' perspective. Like, they know when they're expected to compete. Selfishly, I want it to be next year. I've been saying it all week. Well, if they have someone that can come in and be a franchise-altering player, then maybe you accelerate your rebuild. But realistically speaking, they're still 2 or 3 years away. And tonight, I think, puts you in prime position to set the foundation for what this rebuild is going to be.
And at the end of the day, Linnell, they won 15 games last year. No one's sacred.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that because I'm not trying to diminish Denny as a very, 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 very good NBA basketball player. But when you're the second best player on a team that wins 15 games, and you're getting 2 firsts and 2 seconds in return, and Malcolm Brogdon, There's not nothing? I'm sorry, like, that's not a bad deal.
Not a bad deal at all. Sam Vecine actually tweeted about the deal, said it was a great move by the Washington Wizards. And he's someone that's well respected in NBA circles, but the Wizards active early and often. Liddell Willingham, Craig Hoffman out here on the concourse at Capital One Arena at the Wizards 2024 NBA Draft Party. We'll take a quick time out when we come back. As we promised before, the Wizards on the clock coming up here in about 40 minutes or so with that number 2 overall pick. The betting favorite right now for Washington is Alex Sarr, the 19-year-old freshman. Me and Craig will go back and forth next about what we like about Alex Sarr and whether or not he's the right pick for the Wizards at 2. That's next here on The Fan and the Team 980. We're simulcasted on our sister station, 106.7 The Fan. I know a lot of you listening to us right now on the Team 980. Absolute fireworks within the first 3 minutes of the program. If you're just now joining us, the Wizards wasting no time getting active. They came into tonight with 2 first-round picks. There were a bevy of reports leading up to the draft that Washington for sure interested in acquiring a 3rd first-round pick, and they have done just that. They send Denny Avdija to the Portland Trail Blazers for pick number 14 in tonight's draft, and then 2 2029 first-round picks. So Washington selling high on Denny Avdija, and I know a lot of folks out there on social media, kind of confused about the move. Me and Craig have spent the last half hour breaking it down. I think it's a good move for the team, but I'm moving on to what can happen with pick number 2, and I think that's where a lot of the intrigue comes. The betting favorite throughout most of this process for that number 2 overall pick has been Alex Sarr, and right now he's minus 550 odds to get drafted second to Washington. Craig, first I'll ask you this. How do you think, if the pick is Alex Sarr, how do you think he fits into Washington's long-term plans with Denny now being moved out? And if you were Will Dawkins and making that nice salary, would do you take Alex Sarr with the number 2 overall pick?
Yeah, I would take Sarr second. I feel pretty good about Sarr at this point. In watching more tape on him and just kind of understanding who he is, I think that Sarr is there's a reason a lot of people have number 1 on their board.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy that has a lot of mobility, which allows you to do a lot defensively. In the open court, he's really dangerous, which is how the Wizards want to play. And I think I look at shooting as something that can be improved.
For sure. We saw it here last year with
and especially, yeah, right, exactly. Like, Coulibaly is a guy that got a lot better as a shooter. Denny,
yes,
I mean, I know
sure.
now he's on his way out, but, like, Denny was not a 40% three-point shooter 2 years ago.
Right.
That's why I had to rethink of, like, how good is this kid? And, like, I think that's part of the reason that people are like, oh, my God, why did they trade Denny Avdija? Is because it's like, yeah, if he's a 40% three-point shooter, that's a different equation. I don't know whether he can sustain it at a higher volume and being a primary shot maker, but, you know, he did in some stretches last year.
That New Orleans game.
Yeah, he was awesome. So I think when I look at Sarr, he's got a bunch of stuff you can't teach, from size and length and mobility and quickness, to a bunch of stuff that then the weaknesses are a lot of things I think you can improve on.
Yeah.
And I think also I think the last piece of it, Linnell, real quick, is the identity piece. Like, who do you want to be as a team? And I think around Bilal and around a guy like Sarr, you're building a defensive identity that can be the core of who you are for years to come, a la what Oklahoma City is building.
So the only issue I would have with taking Sarr at 2, and I'm, like I said, I'm at the mercy of the evaluator. I'm going to trust whatever Will Dawkins and company decide. The only thing about Sarr at 2 that worries me is that if this was a traditional draft, and I'm willing to admit that it's not in terms of the high-end talent at the top, would you be comfortable taking someone at 2, Craig, that is that raw offensively? He is not, damn not a finished product. I don't think he's very good right now offensively.
I think
maybe in pick and pop
limited.
situations he can step out and hit a catch and shoot tray. But in terms of picking a guy at 2 that's not creating shots for someone else, not really creating shots for himself, it interests me. So I do like the defensive potential, of course.
So a few things. I think one, on a very baseline level, who you can take that's better. Right, like,
it depends on how you view the talent.
Right, of course, but, like, that's the nature of this draft.
Yeah.
This draft is, okay, I hear you. Theoretically, no, I don't love that.
Right.
But what are you going to do that's better? So that's part 1.
Yeah.
Part 2, specific to Sarr, he did show some ability a couple years ago when he was with Overtime Elite to be not necessarily like a primary ball handler, playmaker, but a guy that could go to the middle of his zone and can catch and find guys who can on the short roll. So what that means is, pick and roll, comes the big, he's the screener. He gets to like that free throw line area and catches the ball, and now he's playing 4-on-3 downhill. Can you make the right decision? Can you find the shooter in the corner, strong or weak? Can you drive? Can you dish off to another cutter? He can do that stuff. So that tells me there's some playmaking in there, some decision-making ability and quick decisions in there that's there. He can also handle the ball on the open floor. So I actually think that while, yes, he hasn't been put in a position to be a primary decision-maker offensively, there's a lot of the ingredients that tell you he's got potential if properly developed. His shooting in the mid-range is pretty good. You can extend that out to 3 over time. But also the last piece of this offensively for Sarr is what's something that, like, Dallas got unlocked this year when they had rim running bigs.
Yeah, for sure.
And obviously Washington had that with the same guy in Daniel Gafford.
Yes.
Bagley was great at that. Rashawn Holmes was good at that. When they had that guy healthy this year, their offense was so much better, and it does so much for an NBA offense to have a guy who can set a screen and run to the rim and be a lob threat. And he's that today.
Yeah.
And so that's not nothing offensively.
The only thing about Sarr, in terms of the rest of the crop of guys in this draft, I'm a big fan of Khalil Ware out of Indiana, and I think he has some of the similar skills that Alex Sarr has, and he's going to be available in that 15 to 20 range. And it's like, well, if you're Washington, do you take that guy at 2 or do you take him at 15? If I had it my way, and this would never be the case because I'm not smart enough to be an NBA evaluator, let's play hypothetical here. You think about my favorite player in the draft, Stephon Castle out of UConn, and his fit in the backcourt with Jordan Poole. Think about, we know Jordan's limitations are on the defensive end. Castle is a big, physical, strong guard that can defend at the point of attack and stop guys from dribble penetrating. That's the perfect guy to match up in the backcourt with Jordan. And what you saw from Castle last year at UConn is he has the ability to play off of the ball. So it allows Jordan to keep that creativity and work out of the high screen and roll action still. So like that would be my ideal fit. And then try to get your big, your rim running big later with your second first round pick. So I don't know. Either way, though, I believe in the player development staff here in Washington,
for
especially
sure.
Brian Keefe. And Bilal talks about it, pretty often when we were in there, how instrumental Keefe was to his development in season. So I'm excited about what Sarr can turn into eventually.
I am not anti-Castle. I like Steph Castle a lot. I think his competitive character, who he is the role he played on a winner at UConn. I think there's a shot somewhere in there.
He shot it well during the tournament, is what I would say.
Yeah, the combine, he was the best three-point shooter, but, like, that's a drill.
Right. Everybody could cook it. Now, you would cook it, that's true. That's still your jumper.
It depends on the day. But, like, I think Castle, again, it gives you that defensive identity, but he does it at, instead of above Bilal, 4-5, he gives it to you at the 1-2, which I think is really important. You know, they need rim protection, but they also need point of attack. Like, if you tell me, I'll use these two names because they're as well known as any two names in this draft. You come out with Steph Castle at 2 and Zach Edey at 14.
I would be matched made in heaven.
It's really interesting.
And I'm glad you brought up Edey.
Edey, I don't think he fits what they want. I don't think he's mobile enough. I don't remotely see him as Will Dawkins, Michael Winger, Washington Wizard.
I know Jordan Poole, if I was him, I would be saying, hey, Will, could you get me the best screen setter in the draft to make my life in this screen and roll action a lot easier and get me wide open looks? Because I think that's the thing. And then defensively with Edey, and we're jumping all around here, but I like Edey matched up with Sarr in the front court. You got 2 7-footers. And then the thing about Edey at Purdue, which I heard someone bring up yesterday, when you are everything for a team the way he was for Purdue, Edey can't get in foul trouble. Edey can't get aggressive and go out and try to block shots. I wonder what he is going to be with a little bit more rain and freedom.
I don't think committing fouls is going to be a problem for Zach Edey in the NBA, which is exactly why I think he's not a guy that I'm – like, he's going to have a role. Zach Edey's going to play in the league for 10 years. Like, he's a good role player. I don't know that he fits the mobile, get up and down type that Washington wants compared to some other guys. I think the question becomes – like, especially with this 14th pick, like, who are you now? You are thinking about fit a little bit more. Like, what kind of player do you want with Alex Sarr, with Bilal Coulibaly, like with Kyle for now, with Jordan Poole? Like, can you find a shot creator? Can you find a point guard of the future? Can you find shooting? Like, I think shooting is the other big thing, but I think. You know, Castle and getting like a rim protector type in the late lottery, I'm fine with that because getting someone who can stop ball at point of attack, Bilal, same thing as for wing players, but also as a roamer, a guy who can get deflections, and then having someone on the back end, like that's the 3 layers of an NBA defense. So I think there's a lot to like about that plan. I think the question you have to ask is, ultimately, when you have the second pick, who do you think has a better chance of becoming a superstar? Steph Castle or Alex Sarr? And I think most NBA evaluators would tell you Alex Sarr, in which case you take Alex Sarr and you figure out the other one later.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. That's the beautiful thing I will continue to say all night long about this draft class. There are a lot of differing opinions, and when we get past 1 and 2, I think you're going to start seeing some real surprises in terms of names that you heard in that 10-15 range, 10 to 20 range, rising up potentially into that top 10. Because like I continue to say, we're at the mercy of the evaluator. Linnell Willingham, Craig Hoffman live out here on the concourse at Cap One Arena for the Washington Wizards 2024 NBA Draft Party. We'll take another pause. When we come back, we'll talk about the other guy that's been widely talked about for the Washington Wizards in contention for that number 2 overall pick, another 18-year-old Frenchman, Zachary Richer. We give our thoughts on his fit with the Wizards next. This is Team 980.
The Team 980.
Harvey, the Wizards obviously made a massive move to start here tonight, moving Denny Avdija to the Portland Trail Blazers. I'm going to ask you a big picture question here. You've obviously been on numerous of different teams throughout your NBA career. From a player's perspective, when an organization is in full-blown rebuild mode like this, as a player, when you are seeing guys shipped in and out that you've built relationships with, how difficult is that for you as the player? And then, do you think some other guys on this Wizards roster are licking their chops saying, "Oh, look, more opportunity just got made available for me"?
Yeah, it's a difficult time, but it's a business, and most guys in this league know that, and throughout the league you build relationships, but I think the Wizards, they are rebuilding and they're looking for the future.
Yeah, definitely. It is kind of an interesting move because Denny is so young. He's just 23 years old, but if you look at this, 5-year plan, it's like, okay, well, what is he in 5 years? He's 28. Were you a part of anything like this that the Wizards are trying to embark on right now? Is a rebuild that is so long-term, and what does that do for the psyche of a locker room, especially when the realities of the business, even if we all know it's a business, all of a sudden you look around and like, wait, that dude's not here?
Yeah, I thought Danny would be here because I myself consider him as one of the cornerstone guys. But if you look at the big picture, it's a rebuilding, and I think they're gonna they have some young players and they're gonna get young players. And if my understanding is correct, they got a first-round draft pick for him.
Yep.
So
two of them.
Yeah. Oh, two of them. Okay.
So they got 14 tonight. They got the 2029. It's a complicated, silly NBA draft thing, but they had one of the Portland picks in 2029, either from Portland or one of the ones that Portland got from Milwaukee in the Dame trade. Oh. Because good luck trying to figure all this out, Harvey. Harvey Grant's with us here on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. We'll obviously talk a lot more about what the Wizards are doing as Linnell and I take you through the draft here in a few minutes.
I got to get messy here. It's not really getting messy. Can you give us the latest on what's going on with Jeremy? Jeremy's constantly being thrown around in trade rumors. He's a guy that I think is still an ascending player in this league and really has the skill set to make a lot of money in this league, being able to defend at his position and then shoot the three. What type of conversations do you have with him, and do you go, man, if I was playing in this era, I'd be making all that money too?
Myself and Jason and Eton, we just had a conversation, and we was like, can you imagine if, back in our day, we average a double-double. Say you average 20 points and 9 rebounds or 10 rebounds. What kind of salary, would we demand?
When I told Jason what OG Anunoby's number was with New York, I think his eyeball almost found on the table.
That is something else. That is something else.
Yeah, it's wild. I'm curious. I talked to Jason about this. His story was really funny about his draft night. What was your draft night like?
I was just so, I get asked that question quite often, and my biggest thrill was just walking across the stage. Yeah. When they call your name, you walk across the stage and shake the commissioner's hand. Yeah. That's something you would never, ever forget.
Yeah, for sure. It's a special night out here at Capital One Arena. Linnell Willingham, Craig Hoffman, joined by Wizards legend Harvey Grant. If you're driving around in your car and you want to stop by, Wizards set to be on the clock probably within the next half hour or so. The NBA draft officially gets tipped off in about 9 or 10 minutes. Another big picture question here for you, Harvey. As you look at the current makeup of today's NBA teams, now the CBA changing, and it's kind of went away from this big three to now having two really good stars and then a lot of good role players. Which team building strategy, I guess, do you prefer here moving forward? And what did you make of the Boston Celtics and their title run and how they were able to put all that together?
I think you have to give Brad Stevens his credit because he brought in Holiday, brought in Porzingis, and those guys kind of fit their role. Yeah, they kind of fit their role, and you got one of the most professional guys I've seen in a long time is Derek White. Yeah, everybody has a role to play, and Boston played their role.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What is the power of continuity in your experience in the league, too? Because those guys have been together for a long time, and a lot of GMs, you mentioned Brad, the patience he had to just be like, I know we haven't won it yet. These guys are young enough. I think we can get there. What does that continuity do over time for a team? How do you actually improve by just playing with the same guys?
I think it's very, very important because you can put a super team together and you expect that team to come in and win. No, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take maturity. It's going to take camaraderie. And I tell you what, Brad Stevens and the Celtics did the right thing at the right time.
For sure. Harvey, I'll ask you the most sports talk radio question there is right now. I'm of the belief, and Craig, we can get your thoughts on this as well. I think right now, for the first time in a while, there isn't a consensus best player in the world. I think Nikola Jokic is in the conversation. I think Giannis always in the conversation. Luka Doncic and his rise during the postseason is in the conversation. Do you agree with that? And if you had to pick one, who you're starting a franchise with right now today, who would you choose?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I told you on the spot.
We're starting a franchise from scratch, like for infinity, not next 3 years, just forever. That's not hard.
I'm the kid from San Antonio.
That one's not hard. You got to put a shorter leash. Who do you want for 2025? To like next season.
Oh, it might be him still.
I would take him too because he's 20 years old.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's he is special, but he's going to be more special in about 3 years when he really learns the game. He's going to be incredible.
I'm curious for a guy like who played in an era where international players started to come through. Yeah. Like you had Petrovic, obviously the Nets, who obviously tragically passed away in a car accident, but he was like one of the first guards that went through. Obviously Arvydas Sabonis back in the day.
I played with him.
Yeah, and if he had been able to play in his prime, like people don't understand, when Sabonis got to the NBA, he was past his prime. Yeah. If he'd been able to play in the NBA in his prime, oh my God. But like when you see, and I'm sure like some of the stuff that you see from some of these international guys now reminds you of Arvydas, but like what do you make of not just the international players themselves being here, but the style and kind of the well-roundedness of their games compared to what we're seeing coming through the American AAU system?
Yeah, I think like Sabonis, in my opinion, is one of the top two best big man passing I ever seen. I ever seen in my life. And one of the guys that I played against, Detlef Schrempf, he was unbelievable. I think those guys kind of paved the way, and Dirk paved the way for Luka and the guys who's coming in now. No question about it.
Yeah, I mean, Vlade, there's so many guys of that era who were so good. And it's funny because you hear the classic stories of MJ and Scotty just wanting to kill Tony Kukoc on the Dream Team. And now, like, you see some of these dudes come in from Europe, and it's like, you look at Jokic, like, nobody's beating up Nikola Jokic.
Right.
And if you try, his brothers will come out of stands and get
those guys you do not want to mess with.
For sure. Harvey, appreciate you giving us some time, as always.
I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it.
It's Wizards legend Harvey Grant joining myself and Craig Hoffman out here on the concourse at Capital One Arena for the official 2024 Washington Wizards NBA Draft Party. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, the Atlanta Hawks should be set to get on the clock with their number 1 overall pick. Rumors saying right now it's between Zachary Richichet and Reed Shepherd. So we'll get you the latest on that on the other side of this break. It's the Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan. Willingham alongside Craig Hoffman. And we'll reset things here at the top. The Wizards set to make the number 2 overall pick coming up here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. If they don't trade out of it, Craig, because we know to start the broadcast, Will Dawkins and company in the kitchen cooking. Denny Avdija, no longer a member of the Washington Wizards. He was shipped to Portland for the number 14 overall pick in tonight's draft, along with 2 2029 first-round picks and 2 future seconds as well. A lot of conversation on Wizards Twitter, a lot of mixed reactions to the move. Craig, I'll say this about the future of the Washington Wizards post Denny Avdija. He's a great or a very good player, someone that took a massive step forward next year. But like I've said all draft process long, we're at the mercy of the evaluator, and I trust Will Dawkins, Mike Winger, Travis Schlenk and company to bring in a player that is either better than Denny at 14 or just as good. The other nugget of this that's now swirling around NBA Twitter is that, according to folks in league circles, Washington not done in terms of trading picks tonight. There is a scenario in which you can package 14 and 26 to move back up into the top 10. That seems to be something that folks in NBA circles think the Wizards would be interested in. But here, as we reset things again, your initial reaction to Denny Avdija being moved for a pretty decent haul of assets.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of funny. I feel like a lot of people around the NBA, like national writers who cover this for a living, are like, wow, what a great deal by Washington. Yeah. And all Wizards fans are mad that Denny Avdija was the what best player on the team?
I would say third or fourth. Bilal.
I think he's better than Bilal right now or last year.
I guess you could say that.
So second or third best player on the team. Got on a 15-win team, got traded, and
you got 3 first-round picks back for it.
Well, 2 plus whatever they get for Brogdon if they ultimately trade Malcolm Brogdon.
That's the other part.
Which we'll see. With Brogdon's injury history, I don't know if they'll be able to get a first, but I would not surprise me if they could get a late first because someone is like, that's our Derek White. I also think Malcolm Brogdon could be a good piece to help develop these other guys, but we can talk about that later. I think ultimately on the Denny side of it, you're looking at a logjam at the wing position, right? Corey Kispert's a wing, even if he's he's like a 2. Sarr can play some 5, but is optimally a 4. Denny was a 3-4. Bilal was a 3-4. Kuz was a 3-4. And if you're looking to make trades, you have to have minutes for guys to maximize their value. If you're looking to develop players, you have to have minutes available to maximize their development. And there's 240 minutes and 1 basketball. And that math eventually doesn't math. So if you can get 2 firsts, 2 seconds, another good player in Brogdon, and undo a logjam, I understand that with his contract, it seems light, but at the end of the day, like, I totally understand why they do this, and I think it's ultimately a pretty good deal.
And as you mentioned earlier, I thought it was the best point on all of this, you and Commies for Life on Twitter. The idea that, yes, Denny's contract is great, but it doesn't necessarily match up with the timeline of when the Washington Wizards expect to be good. Denny Avdija's got a declining contract that in the final year of it, he's making $11 million. By that time, the Wizards should just be starting to get good, and then he's going to want to get paid, and potentially, depending on how much he's able to develop between now and then, maybe reset the wing market, and I don't think Washington would be in position to do that for a player that may be your third or fourth best player at that time.
And think about this, too. I know, like, this is so unsexy to fans.
Yeah.
But the good part about a depreciating contract is you have more cap space as you go. The bad part about a depreciating contract is the salaries, because you match salaries, relatively speaking, in NBA trades, the quality of player you get back in a trade probably sinks if you trade him later in the contract, / you have to add other players who are, in theory, better because they make more money to the trade to make the math work. So in some way, like, his maximal value, both because he's on a good contract and because you can take the most back in return salary-wise, is right now. And so between the production he had last year, between the maximization of his contract, this is selling at the highest point for Denny Avdija, and that's probably why they sold.
So now that the Denny Avdija move has been made, the focus now shifts to what the Wizards are going to do with that number 2 overall pick. Right now, the betting favorite to go to Washington at number 2 is Alex Sarr, the Frenchman. We've talked about Sarr back and forth here to start the broadcast. I'll be honest with you. If I had it my way, and this will never be the case, I don't know if I would be in love with Sarr at that number 2 overall pick because of the lack of offensive polish to take a guy that high with such limited offensive skill set in a traditional draft where the talent's elite at the top. I just don't think it would make sense. But as you pointed to earlier, because of the consensus that there is a drop-off in talent in this draft compared to years past, you think the defensive traits are enough to sell you on Alex Sarr and what he could potentially be offensively. And before you get going on that, I also feel confident in Sarr and won't be upset because Brian Keefe and this player development staff, look at what happened last year to Corey Kispert post All-Star break. Look what happened to Denny Avdija. Bilal Coulibaly in season in real time. We saw his jump shot continue to develop and flourish. So I trust that they're going to maximize whatever piece of moldable clay they view Alex Sarr as.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sarr could be an all-star, right? If your comps
all-star.
Yeah, I mean, like, if your comps are Evan Mobley, if your comps are Jaren Jackson Jr., like, those are really good players that can help you win.
Yeah.
Is it the best player on a title team? No. Is that guy available in this draft? Probably also no. And if he is, like, it's going to be a surprise like Giannis was.
Yeah.
So I don't, like, that's the problem is, like, who, if that's your argument against Sarr, is, hey, who, like, he's just not offensively what you want from a number 2 pick.
Yeah.
Who is? Even if I tell you I will accept terrible defense from someone, is there a player in this draft that is that kind of shot creator?
I would argue no, but the one thing that I am, and this is from the fans' perspective, and I'm trying to speak for you all as I'm giving you my thoughts in real time.
Speak for yourself, Linnell.
I look at Sarr and I go, well, if he's not going to be able to help me offensively right away.
But he can.
It's 2 years in a row that you've drafted a player that's limited offensively from the start. Now, the thing about Bilal that I think sets him up for a big jump in year 2 is he's got a tremendous feel for the game. I'm not so sure if that's the case with Alex Sarr, but like I continue to say, whatever the finished product of what Alex Sarr is what matters the most, not what he's going to be, a couple of months from now.
Sure, and that's by the way, the argument with Bruce O'Shea is he's got great feel even if he hasn't shown any playmaking ability yet. I do think Sarr's feel is a little underrated. Like, again, a couple years ago, it's a lower level, but they're all playing at lower levels.
Right.
Like, he did show an ability as a pick and roll big to play off the short roll and handle a little bit and do some things against switches. Like, it's not like he has nothing. It's not like he's going to dribble the ball off his foot every time. Like, I do think sometimes this gets overstated.
Yeah.
The ability to do, like, what Wemby did this year or what some of these other great players, Paolo Banchero, like, he doesn't have that offensive game. But could he eventually? Yeah, like, I think a Paolo Banchero is an interesting offensive, structure for him. A guy, if he can stretch his jump shot out to 3, Paolo kind of had that coming out of Duke. He wasn't quite 3-point range, but, like, really became a great shooter, especially in year 2. But, like, a big, powerful off-the-dribble creator you can build an offense around. Like, is the best version of Alex Sarr that? Yeah, it is. Is it the most likely version of Alex Sarr? No, but if you tell me the most likely version of Alex Sarr is Evan Mobley Mobley's an all-star.
Right.
Like, getting an all-star is not nothing. It's something this team hasn't had a lot of over the years. No. And so if you pair that with Bilal, and then hey, and look, again, I've talked about playing 3D chess multiple times tonight. Dog, how have we not talked about the 2025 draft? Being terrible this year is an asset.
Exactly.
Because there are probably 5 or 6 players in the 2026 draft who would go number 1 tonight.
And I was just about to say that, yeah. You look at guys like Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper, Cooper Flagg. Like, those are guys that are
expected. Have you, by the way, heard apparently capture the flag is kind of the...
Glenn Console, he said he wants his credit for it. Glenn Console literally told me down there in like section 104 as we were walking up, like, man, the Wizards, they got to be playing, capture the flag, man. I'm trying to do my bad Glenn Console impersonation.
Say, we should both stick to our Dave Johnson.
But look, I think
You kind of just did a Dave.
Oh, well, fans don't want to hear about tanking, but as you'll realize throughout the next couple hours of this broadcast,
strategic losing. Let's go.
That is what your Washington Wizards are looking to do here over the next couple of years. We mentioned Alex Sarr probably going to be the pick at number 2 for Washington. He is the betting favorite. A little bit more drama at the top of the draft, as ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski just said in his latest hit on ESPN that number 1 overall pick in Atlanta, not down to Donovan Clingan and Zachary Richichet, but Zachary Richichet and the star-studded freshman Reed Sheppard out of Kentucky shot a
with the first pick in the 2024 NBA draft. The Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Richichet from Lyon, France, and France's J.L. Boron-Bress.
Well, there we go. In real time, the hypothetical is no longer first player off the board.
Take that, Woj.
Yeah, the 18-year-old Frenchman, Zachary Richichet, going to the Atlanta Hawks to try to accelerate their rebuild. A lot of question marks surrounding Atlanta in terms of whether or not they'll move off of DeJounte Murray or Trae Young. They're expected to field trade calls on them throughout the summer here. The Washington Wizards, though, Craig, all of a sudden now on the clock. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll bring you the pick. Number 2 overall for the Washington Wizards. That's next here on the Team 980 at 106.7 The Fan. All right, start rocking and rolling out here at Cap One Arena with Al Willingham alongside Craig Hoffman. Here on the concourse at Cap One for the official 2024 Wizards NBA Draft Party. The first pick already off the board. The Atlanta Hawks going with 18-year-old Frenchman Zachary Richichet. And ladies and gentlemen, the Wizards pick is in as well. We will hear Commissioner Adam Silver walk across the stage here momentarily. The expectation is that pick is going to be Alex Sarr. We've talked about it ad nauseum here, what we can expect from Sarr in a Wizards uniform. I'm not expecting any surprises here with the number 2 overall pick, but I was saying to you during the commercial, the fact that still taking a little bit of time for me to see it on Twitter means that maybe Washington's having some sort of discussion, but I have seen it on Twitter that the Wizards have made the selection, and we're just waiting for Commissioner Silver to walk across the stage. But just assuming it is Alex Sarr, which is the wide-ranging expectation, that's the question for you, Craig, is what are your expectations for Alex Sarr in year 1? And here is Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the second pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Alex Sarr from Toulouse, France, overtime elite, and Australia's Perth Wildcats of the NBL.
So there we go. Alex Sarr, officially the newest member of the Washington Wizards. A Frenchman, Craig, drafted with the Wizards' highest draft pick for the second straight year. Last year, a little bit of a surprise out here on draft night when Bilal Coulibaly's name was called. But Alex Sarr, Craig, has been the consensus here for the past week or so. What is Washington getting in this French big man?
Alex Sarr is a versatile defender with a ton of upside. He's got a good feel for the game. And defensively, I think the thing that is so impressive is he's a guy that can guard 3, 4, maybe 5 immediately and could grow into definitely 2 through 5. Yeah. If not, and certainly not be lost on switches when he has to guard point guards because that happens in the modern NBA. Sarr is a guy who has great mobility. So when you think about sometimes bigs getting driven past or now they don't navigate screens in the pick and roll, those are the kinds of things that Alex Sarr is not going to struggle with based off of his athletic profile and skill set. Yeah. He's long, he's got good bounce, so that allows him to be a shot blocker and a rim protector, something this team has desperately needed. He also is a rim runner, can finish on pick and roll lob situations, which is something this team has actually played much better with when they've had that in and out of the lineup over the last couple of years, even last year, where obviously they weren't successful. I do think he's a guy who needs to put weight on to really be able to take the beating of playing the 5 every day. But, we've seen Bilal put on 20 pounds of muscle, it looks like, this offseason. We know that's something this team and this organization now has the resources to help with. So he's a very, very intriguing prospect. I think he's the right kind of fit for what they want to do, and I think he's a pick who helps them establish their identity moving forward, which is going to be a defensive first team that also possibly speaks a lot of French.
I think my favorite trait about
him... Nothing for that joke? All that analysis, they get nothing for the joke at the end.
I think the number one thing that attracts me to Alex Sarr is what you mentioned first there. The defensive versatility in today's NBA to be able to switch on to guards in these ball screen situations and ball screen actions is honestly, to me, the number one trait that a big man needs to have. And I think with Alex Sarr, he brings you that from day one. My only question mark here, and I'm not poo-pooing on the pick at all, like I continue to say, we're at the mercy of the evaluator. I trust Mike Winger, Will Dawkins, and company to make the right pick. My only concern is how raw he is right now offensively and what type of contributions you can get from him, not just this year, because I understand it's a longer-term process on that end of the floor, but how long is it going to take before he is a credible threat offensively and someone that makes teams pay on that end of the floor?
I think it depends on what you consider a threat. And this is kind of what I was saying, right? Today, coming into the league, he's a rim runner threat. He's a guy who can set a ball screen, run as fast as he can to the rim, and be available on a lob. And that is really valuable in the modern NBA because it causes defenses to collapse, and you either get the lob dunk or you get the kick out for 3 as those defensive players come out of help position or come into help position from guarding the perimeter. So he can do that now. He's also more than that now, though. He's a guy who can catch the ball in the short roll. He'll turn it over some probably in that because it's a new speed of the game. We've seen this in like a lot of the WNBA players, like Caitlin Clark's turning the ball over like crazy because it's just adjusting to the length and speed of the game, but that'll come fairly quickly. I think the question is, when can he be the ball handler in a pick and roll situation? When can you isolate him? Right. And does he have like the post game to do some stuff in the mid post where you can give him the ball and be like, hey bro, carry us for some time. First against bench units as a rotational player, and then ultimately as like a star to finish games. That's the level I don't know if he ever gets to, but he does have enough mid-range shooting ability. Has shown some of that to where I think even coming into the league, like he's not a zero offensively. He doesn't give you nothing. And then the last part of the offensive game that I think takes 2 to 3 years to get to the optimal level, or like a really good level, is the three-point shooting. That to me is the one that like unlocks him from useful player to all-star, and then if he can develop that off the dribble stuff, then you become superstar.
I'll tell you what, the fans out here on the concourse at Capital One Arena doing the Soldier Boy, Craig Hoffman, in honor of Alex Sarr being drafted. I think the consensus thought on Wizards Twitter is that this was expected to be the pick for a couple of weeks now. People are bought into this young man. What I want to ask you, Craig, in the grand scheme of things, I guess is it the most important? Do you think he starts from day one here in D.C.? Because that was something that I know people were critical of the team with Bilal last year. He didn't come in and start right away. And with this kid being the number 2 overall pick, I would have to think there's some sort of internal expectation that he's going to contribute right away.
I mean, I think the Denny trade makes it a lot more
feasible,
plausible.
Sure.
I think what the question is like, can Bilal play the 2?
Right.
Because all of a sudden,
I think he can, yeah.
Well, because all of a sudden you were talking about like, okay, who's a good guard fit with either Tyus Jones or Jordan Poole or both? And frankly, you need someone defensively with size. And you talk about team building, that actually makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. If you all of a sudden roll out a lineup that is Tyus or Jordan at the 1, Bilal at the 2, Kuz at the 3, Sarr at the 4, Bagley, or we'll see what they do at 14. Vucevic at the 5. Like, okay,
I can roll with that.
Like that's intriguing. That's a lineup that presents problems from positional size. I still think they lack scoring. I still think they lack shooting. Like, there's still a lot of problems, and they're not going to be good. But like, that is a lineup in which those guys can develop, and it's a lineup that you can try stuff with. And then you have Corey, obviously, off the bench. You have Jordan if you re-sign Tyus. I think Tyus probably is a sign and trade candidate. I don't know that he's going to be here, but like that becomes really interesting to me, and it expands the possibilities for a guy like Coulibaly, and is going to put the ball in his hands, and he's going to have to create. And like, we're going to find out about Bilal this year, but this is what the Denny trade does, is it opens up that opportunity where if Denny's still here, I think it's much harder unless you start Sarr at the 5, and I don't think that's what they want to do with him as a rookie. I don't think most people think he's ready for that.
Yeah, I don't know if he's physically mature enough to handle, the size and girth and strength of NBA 5s right now. The number 3 overall pick, Craig, owned by the Houston Rockets, officially in. They go with one of my blue chip players in this draft class, Reed Sheppard, the freshman out of Kentucky, shot 52% last year from beyond the arc, uber efficient, and someone that I think comes in and helps Houston right away. Moving forward here, though, as we watch the rest of the picks continue to get announced throughout the league, we got to be on trade watch for the Washington Wizards. According to multiple reports, the Wizards still looking to move back up into the top 10 with the Denny Avdija trade that we announced at the start of the program. They get the number 14 overall pick in this year's draft, along with 2 future firsts from Portland, as well as Malcolm Brogdon, who I think will end up being shipped out. Craig agrees. Now with Washington, I think our focus shifts to who they could potentially pick with either the number 14 overall pick or who they end up trading though. But I want to get your calls on this. 301-230-0980 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP, and it's at Craig Hoffman on the X app. The pick is in for the Washington Wizards. They have acquired Alex Sarr, the French big man, as expected. What is your reaction to the pick? And then I guess we'll give it a 2-parter for you all. What do you want to see them do next with their remaining 2 first-rounders? 301-230-0980 is the number. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, more of your calls here on the 2024 NBA Draft Show. 2024 Wizards NBA Draft Party. Linnell Willingham alongside Craig Hoffman reacting to all the news and all the picks here for the Washington Wizards. Their first of 3 first-round picks already in the books. The Wizards going with Alex Sarr, the French big man, with their number 2 overall pick. It was the expectation that he was going to be that pick. Reed Sheppard goes number 3 to the Houston Rockets. Stephon Castle goes number 4 to the San Antonio Spurs. Craig, as we talked about before, or after the last pick rather, with Sarr now being off the board, the Wizards now move to what they're going to do with that 14th overall pick and pick number 26. According to multiple sources in NBA league circles, it is the wide belief that Washington is going to trade up back into the top 10, packaging picks 14 and 26 in some form or fashion. We will be on trade watch for you here on the Team 980, but we want to take your calls. 301-230-0980 is the number. Alex Sarr, the official pick at number 2 overall for the Washington Wizards. What's your reaction to that pick? And then what do you want to see them do here for the rest of the night? Cliff is in D.C. What's going on, Cliff?
Hey, Linnell, I did not see that coming. Earlier, I thought they was talking about trading Coulibaly. I didn't know they was going to trade Denny, Avdija.
Yeah.
But they got Alex Sarr, which is one piece. I like to see, and they won't be getting the guard you was talking about Stephon Castle because the Spurs got him. And I would like to see them take Zach Edey and try to find another guard that can shoot or play the point. And I sit back and listen.
Yeah, Cliff continues to make a good point here. I was someone that was pretty high on Stephon Castle and wanted the Wizards to try and find a way to bring him here in their building. The Zach Edey conversation gets really interesting in my opinion because, look, I will admit you can go on my Twitter and search his name in my tweets and you'll see some bad takes from me in terms of what Zach Edey is. Back-to-back National Player of the Year, someone that I think is able to come in right away and have an impact defensively just because of how big he is. 7'5", 9'8" standing reach, meaning he can dunk without, leaving his feet. I would love and would be quite intrigued, I guess, by the pairing of Alex Sarr and Zach Edey in the front court. And then from the guards' perspective, and we talked about this at the top of the show, yes, Zach Edey, not your traditional big man in terms of, his ability to step out and hit perimeter shots. That's just simply not his game. But he's someone that can be dominant in screen and roll because, quite literally, he is the best screener in this draft. And if I'm a cat like Jordan Poole, who is still under contract with this group, Tyus Jones, who could potentially be back here if they can work on a contract, that's the center that I want to create all the space for me in the world to go out and create offense for myself and others. I still am intrigued to see how the rest of the NBA views Zach Edey. I'd love to know what the Wizards are thinking about Zach Edey, but there are certain players in that range for Washington that I think make a whole lot of sense. And with Washington moving off of Denny Avdija, as we mentioned at the top of the show, the Wizards and Trailblazers making a trade before the draft got underway. Denny Avdija going to Portland for the 14 overall pick tonight and 2 future firsts, along with veteran guard Malcolm Brogdon. And the wide-ranging expectation for him is that he gets dealt out at some point in time. But for the Wizards, I want to start to focus on players that could potentially be in play for them with that number 14 overall pick. Now, it is my thought process that they would package 14 along with something else to move back into that top 10 to get a higher quality talent. But the intriguing and interesting thing about this draft class, multiple people that you talk to, everyone that you talk to about this crop of talent says that between picks 10 and 25 or so, there is not a massive drop-off in talent. So if you're Washington, what was Craig saying all night long? You're playing 3D chess. If you're Washington, if you are hell-bent on getting a guy that you think has the potential to get scooped up before 14 is on the clock, then you go ahead and make that move. A couple of names out there that really intrigue me. I got to start here. Rob Dillingham out of the University of Kentucky. Size is really the only issue with this young man. Lit it up last year as a freshman in the SEC, and I would call him the best isolation scorer in this year's draft. If you were able to walk away with Rob Dillingham, Alex Sarr, and another front court starter, I think you got to be thrilled about what you were able to get in tonight's draft. But as we sit here moving forward, I think that's what the conversation is. Alex Sarr in the fold here for Washington. Going to need some patience with him in terms of his offensive development. But as we have laid it out to you all night long here, defensively he comes in here and is able to help you right away. The idea, though, of Washington trading up is fascinating because I was saying it, I was talking to Glenn Consor, the play-by-play voice, or excuse me, the color commentator right here on the Team 980 for the Washington Wizards. And he said, look, man, it's all about trying to capture the flag, right? Tanking for Cooper Flag next year. I'm all for acquiring future picks. I know a lot of people emotional over the Denny Avdija deal. I'm not. But we kind of just got some very interesting news at the top of this draft. The 5th overall pick belongs to the Detroit Pistons. Feel sorry for them because for the second straight year, they have the worst record in basketball, but then don't get rewarded with that number 1 overall pick. They take Ron Holland, who I'm going to say is going a lot higher maybe than folks expected. There was a tweet earlier tonight that expected Ron Holland to drop. Just 18 years old, played for the G League Ignite. This time last year, Ron Holland and Isaiah Collier, the guard out of USC, were widely considered the top 2 prospects in this draft. So for Ron Holland to get selected at number 5 overall, it kind of speaks to what I've been saying and what we've been saying here all night. Between picks 5 and 25, the thought within NBA circles is you can get the same player at 11, for example, that you can get at 22. And I think the Detroit Pistons proving that. Ron Holland going a lot higher than initially anticipated. I want to take your calls, though. 301-230-0980 is the number. The Washington Wizards active early on here on draft night, trading Denny Avdija to the Portland Trail Blazers right as we got on the air. And then as expected with that number 2 overall pick, they go with the French big man Alex Sarr. Super excited about what he could be. Wouldn't have been my pick at number 2, but beggars can't be choosers, right? I think is the old adage. Moving forward here, though, a lot to monitor and a lot to pay attention to when it comes to the Washington Wizards. We talked about trade possibilities galore. The idea of them packaging 14 and 26 to move up into the top 10. Another intriguing talking point that I want to get into here now is what happens with Kyle Kuzma moving forward, because I'm under the thought process of, well, if Denny Avdija is going to fetch you 2 first-round picks, what can Kyle Kuzma get you? Essentially 3 first-round picks. What can Kyle Kuzma get you? Kuzma coming off of one of the best years of his career. I love the way he handled himself here professionally. There were a lot of nights where Washington was out of contention in the ballgame by halftime. Kuzma never ducked out of the locker room early, always was the consummate professional and was willing to sit there and bite the bullet, so to speak. But now you have to imagine, with Washington clearly having an eye toward the future, how does Kyle Kuzma fit into the long-term plans? When you think about what Washington has right now, you got to think it's Jordan Poole at the 1. I'm assuming that you slide in last year's first-round pick, Bilal Coulibaly at your shooting guard. Kyle Kuzma, for now, is your starting small forward. The big man you just drafted, Alex Sarr, I'm assuming you slide him in at the 4. And then the combination of Tristan Vucevic, Marvin Bagley Jr., Rashawn Holmes will be able to eat minutes for you at that 5 spot. Or, if I had it my way, the Wizards will be able to acquire another starting member of the front court with that 3rd and final first-round pick that they currently have at number 26 overall. But a lot of different ways Washington can go. The big trade rumor that we've continued to hear dating all the way back to last year during draft season is the Sacramento Kings being extremely interested in acquiring Kyle Kuzma. According to multiple reports, they were dangling the number 13 overall pick along with Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell to try and acquire Alec Caruso from the Chicago Bulls. So if I'm Washington, and if I'm Will Dawkins and company, if Sacramento calls with a deal of pick number 13, Davion Mitchell, who I think is one of the good young up-and-coming guards in this league that's a secondary type of player, somebody that'll come off of the bench and run your second unit for you. If you can get that 13 pick along with Davion Mitchell and Harrison Barnes, I think now you're cooking with something, because the expectation, I would think, is if you're taking on a contract like Harrison Barnes, you're probably shipping him out for future draft capital as well. But the bottom line is this: Washington in a really good spot right now, and the consensus right now on NBA Twitter is that the Wizards are doing really good work right now. Stay tuned, because there's a lot more coming here with the Washington Wizards here in the first round. Pick number 6 right now on the clock. The Detroit Pistons just selected Ron Holland from the G League Ignite. Up now on the clock is the Charlotte Hornets. A lot of thought that they could be moving out of that number 6 overall pick. We'll let you know what Charlotte does coming up on the other side of this break. It's the Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
It's going to be exhausting.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington.
This is going to be exhausting.
I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Esquire, Slater Schulman, LLP, attorney advertising is responsible for this ad.
Attention former childhood residents of juvenile detention centers in Maryland. If you were housed at either Charles Hickey School, Backbone Mountain Youth Center, Thomas Waxter Detention Center, Cheltenham Youth Detention Center, or any other juvenile detention center at any time in the past and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Maryland Department of Juvenile Services faced complaints about rampant sexual abuse for decades and failed to protect youth inmates in these facilities. If you were housed at a Maryland youth facility at any time and were subjected to any sexual misconduct from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our Maryland Juvenile Detention Helpline now at 800-418-3996. The deadline to file a claim is close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. No matter how many decades ago it was, call our law firm's Juvenile Detention Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-418-3996. 800-418-3996. 800-418-3996.
Childhood should be the happiest time of life. For many, sadly, it's riddled with pain, rejection, and isolation. But Mercy Ships is restoring hope to some of the world's most forgotten children through free, life-changing surgeries. No one can change the world on their own, but together we can transform it, one person, one child at a time. To learn more about how you can help, go to mercyships.org today.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I love the Army. You just have this brotherhood that you can't find anywhere else. Since coming home from war, I've tried so many different things. I just remember thinking, like, it's over.
After being forced to medically retire, Angie battled addiction to prescription medications, eventually losing her house and marriage. Then she found Wounded Warrior Project.
And so I went online, I signed up, and I knew that Wounded Warrior Project was definitely my new community. One of the staff members, she put me in for peer mentor training. It was like for the first time someone recognized something good about me and thought that I had something to give back to someone else. Are you doing okay otherwise?
I've kind of picked up woodworking with my grandfather, so...
3D stuff. All those activities gave me a new way to live without drugs, a new way to live without feeling like I'm broken. You can live a meaningful life after traumatic experiences.
You wouldn't go into battle alone. You don't have to fight this alone. Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
Live from Capital One Arena, it's the Washington Wizards Draft Show on the Team 980.
Party just getting started out here live on the concourse at Capital One Arena for the Washington Wizards 2024 NBA Draft Party. Linnell Willingham here with you until 11 o'clock p.m. tonight. The Wizards' first pick already in the books, but we'll reset the night for you. For those of you all just joining us, about 5 minutes into our broadcast here on the Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan, the Washington Wizards making a massive deal to start, trading away Denny Avdija to the Portland Trail Blazers for the number 14 overall pick tonight. In 2 future first-round picks in 2029, Portland also attaching veteran guard Malcolm Brogdon to that deal with the Washington Wizards. A lot of differing thoughts out there on Wizards Twitter. I know Denny Avdija, post-All-Star break, really came into his own, had the best year of his young career last year, but Washington selling high on a talent that's pretty highly regarded throughout the association. Let me put it to you like this, Wizards fans out there who are upset at Denny Avdija being traded. If I would have told you a calendar year ago that the Wizards were going to flip Denny Avdija for 3 first-round picks in a veteran, you would have taken that deal in a heartbeat. I credit Will Dawkins and Mike Winger and company selling high, getting the most for an asset that has its most value right now. The Wizards, though, with their number 2 overall pick, went with the consensus choice there. Alex Sarr, the big man from France, is going to come in here and hopefully be the anchor of the future for Washington defensively. But according to multiple reports, as we've said all night long, the Wizards, the expectation around the NBA is that they're not done in terms of trying to acquire talent. There is a thought that Washington is going to pair that newly acquired 14 overall pick with pick number 26 later tonight to hopefully get back up into the top 10. Now, with the draft moving and grooving along, the time for that to happen is running out. We'll keep you up to speed on the latest with what has happened. The Portland Trail Blazers are selecting Donovan Clingan with the number 7 overall pick. Tinjan Saloon went number 6 overall to the Charlotte Hornets, or rather to the Memphis Grizzlies. So there's a lot of moving parts here right now in terms of this NBA draft. But as we said at the top, all draft process, the number one thing you continue to hear is that the talent level in this draft not as good at the top as in years past, but in scouting circles, there's a wide belief that picks 10 through 25, you can get a similar caliber player. And I think the activity level that we'll see to the rest of the night here reflects just how closely some of these guys are graded within NBA circles. 301-230-0980 is the number to give your thoughts on the pick. One thing I want to get into now as we get closer to the Wizards being on the clock again with pick number 14 is what happens with Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma, someone that's on one of the most team-friendly contracts in all of the NBA. Really good year last year for Washington, but you know, there are contenders out there across the association that look at Kuzma as a really good trade chip. The one rumor that I continue to hear, and we talked about this earlier today on the Team 980, myself and Chris Russell, the one trade chip that continues to be dangled out there is the Portland Trail Blazers. Not the Portland Trail Blazers, the Sacramento Kings, with that number 13 overall pick, looking to acquire a win-now player. And the thought is that the Washington Wizards may be engaged in talks for that number 13 overall pick. But to keep you up to speed, as we just mentioned, Donovan Clingan going number 7 overall to the Portland Trail Blazers. They're getting real defensive in terms of what they have in their front court. I love the addition of Denny Avdija for them. But as we get closer to the Washington Wizards being on the clock again with pick number 14, some of the names that are going to be available become really intriguing here. I talked about it and mentioned it a moment ago. Rob Dillingham out of Kentucky, I think, quite literally is the best isolation scorer in this draft. Shades of Lou Williams to his game. I don't know if he's got the body that Tyrese Maxey had coming out of KU a couple of years ago, but for all the folks out there that are worried about the size of Rob Dillingham, I would for sure take him here in Washington. I don't know about the fit next to Jordan Poole in the backcourt. Wouldn't be a lot of defense here for the Wizards, but as we get closer to that number 14 overall pick, there are a bunch of different names that intrigue me. Rob Dillingham, one that intrigues me the most. I also look at what the Wizards could potentially get at 14. A guy like Cody Williams, the brother of Oklahoma City star Jalen Williams, could potentially be there at 14 for Washington. Pretty interesting freshman campaign last year at Colorado. Got hurt toward the latter part of the season, and when he returned from injury, looked like he lacked the confidence of a top 10 overall pick. But he's another guy that I think Washington would be extremely intrigued by. I know Will Dawkins probably has done plenty of homework on him, being that he was a part of the group that drafted Jalen Williams. It gets really interesting here. What I think is most important now moving forward for Washington, you've addressed your front court with a defensive anchor in Alex Sarr. I'm now looking at what could potentially be in the backcourt playing next to either Jordan Poole or Tyus Jones if they're able to find a way to re-sign him. A couple of names that come to mind for me. You talk to scouts across the association, they drool over this kid, Devin Carter, out of the University of Providence. Played in the Big East, so you know he's got that Big East toughness. At 6'3", pretty good size for the guard spot. Dives on the floor for loose balls. Shot the three-pointer really well, and he's got the creativity offensively to set up other guys in terms of the pick and roll and being able to throw lobs. I would love his fit here in Washington from a cultural standpoint. That's the one thing that I don't think we speak about enough here when it comes to this draft. Yes, you want to bring in high-quality basketball players. You want to bring in high-character people as well, and I think Devin Carter out of Providence checks both of those boxes. Another name that also intrigues me for Washington potentially with that number 14 overall pick is Nikola Topic, and I said it earlier today, and it's been my thought process throughout this draft process. He suffered a partially torn ACL about a month ago, and there is doubt amongst NBA circles that he is going to be ready to play at all during the 2024 season. I'll be honest with you, that scares me a little bit. I don't know if I would take a guy, that isn't going to be able to play for me right away, but taking the long-term view of this, that's fine. Because if he develops into an elite starting point guard and ends up being one of the best players in this draft, you're going to have no qualms about it. A lot of scuttlebutt leading up to the draft about whether or not Alex Sarr wanted to come to Washington and whether this was his preferred destination. He got the chance to catch up with ESPN's Monica McNutt after he was made the number 2 overall pick.
Your brother, obviously a big part of your basketball inspiration. What has he shared with you about playing in this league?
I mean, he shared a lot with me, like everything I've learned is through him, and he gave me all his knowledge, and, till this day, it's really special to have someone like him in my corner.
I hear you getting a little choked up. Tell me why.
Because, I went through his draft, and, I know how it feels to go out undrafted, and for me to be able to be a top pick now is, it's really special.
It is special. Alex, enjoy tonight. Congratulations on your next chapter.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Basketball aside here for a second, you heard the emotion that Alex Sarr was talking with ESPN's Monica McNutt. That is my absolute favorite part about this process. Guys are having their childhood dream realized. And I know it's cliche, and I know we say it every draft, but this is life-changing stuff for these kids. And for Alex Sarr, part of the reason why I personally think he may have preferred the Washington Wizards over the Atlanta Hawks, there's another pretty damn good young Frenchman here already in Bilal Coulibaly. And Wizards fans, think about this. The idea of those two anchoring your front court and your back court defensively for years to come is absolutely amazing. Definitely on board with the Alex Sarr pick. We will continue to let you know all the picks as they continue to roll in here tonight. The Washington Wizards set to be back on the clock with pick number 14. the pick that they acquired from Portland in exchange for Denny Avdija. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, more NBA draft coverage right here on the Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan.
The Team 980.
I may have broke a little early there.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-2607. 800-505-2607. 800-505-2607.
Daisy was abandoned by her family and placed in foster care at 15 years old. Her life was full of uncertainty. She thought she'd never have a permanent place to call home.
Before I was adopted, I felt like I wasn't enough. I had this hole in my heart, and I never knew what I needed to patch that hole. But when my mom asked to adopt me, that hole was closed. It feels so normal now to say that I'm a part of this family. I am surrounded by love. I feel safe. And that hole inside of me is gone. I am whole. I'm finally enough just as I am.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is changing the lives of teenagers at risk of aging out of foster care. Like Daisy, every child deserves a permanent, loving home. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
We weren't sure adoption would happen for us, but when it did, it happened threefold.
Mary and her husband first met their 3 children when they became their foster parents. Little did they know that their house would become the siblings' forever home.
We had to help them adjust to the idea that they wouldn't have to leave. Children in foster care have lived and survived so much. We had to help them process their trauma. And now to hear our children say that they know they have a mother and father who take care of us, teach us, and love us means everything.